There you go. World Chardonnay Day. Happy Chardonnay. Happy day, everyone. It's Friday, May the 21st, 2021. The first ever World Chardonnay Day. And for everyone who are not happy about why this is one on the 21st, just enjoy. Just jump on the wagon and enjoy your Chardonnay. Mira Boucherie, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing. Go ahead.
You were saying anyone that's not happy, it's because some people are saying the US does their Chardonnay Day on the 27th. And we're like, well, internationally, it's on the 21st this year. So there you go.
It is what it is, for God's sake.
There we go. But yeah, cheers. It's so great to see y'all. Thank you for stopping by. Tell us what's in your glass if you cracked a Chardonnay.
Yeah, tell us where you are tuning in from. Tell us which Chardonnay do you have in your glass. Even if you don't have a Chardonnay in your glass, whatever you have to join, to tune in, tell us what it is. Mira and I are happy to be now the Canadian ambassador for Chardonnay Guild, the World Association of Chardonnay. We've been involved with this day for a few months now. And yeah, it's exciting. There's stuff happening all over the world. There's stuff happening in Russia. There's stuff happening all over France. There's stuff happening in the States also, because the guy who started it is from Philadelphia. So anyhow, we are here and we're thrilled. People who know me, people who knows a little bit about the club, people knows that we have a big, huge passion for Chardonnay. This is my favorite grape. That's what I like to talk about the most. That's what I enjoy. That's it's a passion on its own. So thanks for being here. We are going to have a blast. We are going to be live for at least 4 hours. I have guests lined up throughout the whole show. Mira think I'm a little bit nuts to do all that, but you know what? And I told Mira this week, she's like, "Are you sure 4 hours? I think I will schedule it for 4 hours. For 3." I was like, "You know what? Even for 4, I don't think I'm gonna have enough time. I think we're gonna run a shorter time." Like, so yes, I am thrilled.
It started like 1 hour with maybe a few Chardonnays from across Canada, and then it was 2 hours, and then we're like, no, we're gonna need 3 hours. And now we'll see. We'll see how long Carl lasts.
There's 27 total. I have 20. There you go. I have 27 Chardonnays. Right now, I have a lineup up here, but because we just moved the new house, I just realized that the fridge does not work properly. So I have like 20 of them or not cold enough. So we are back on plan B. I have them on the separate freezer, on the separate fridge. So anyhow, they're cooling off right now, but I have enough to start for the first half hours because our first guest will be at 4:30 our time here. That's mean it's going to be 7:30 Eastern time with our good friend at Bella. Pondview Bella Terra Vineyard, Marcel Morgenstern. Marcel is going to be joining us at 7:30 his time, so 4:30 in 20 minutes. So yeah, here we are, another race against the clock. Mira, how do you feel? It's time to relax. You need to come here. I have a glass of Chardonnay for you. Guess what? Can you believe it? I have a glass of Chardonnay for you.
You're kidding. I know it's my dad's name's day today, and they're helping us move. It's his name's day. So out in Romania, this is kind of a big deal. You're supposed to bring presents or something. And we realized it's his name's day. So we said, hey, we've got like 27 Chardonnays for you to try. It's a good present, right? Are you bringing me one over? Yeah. Wow. The perks of being in the same house as Carl Boucher. Love it. So what are we gonna do here first?
That was the coolest. The colder.
The coldest one. The coldest one is.
It's My Way Chardonnay from Megalomaniac.
There you go. Let's bring it up
Niagara
here.
Peninsula.
Niagara Peninsula represent.
Represent. If anyone can look up the tech sheet, just tell me what's in there because I have no idea.
Yeah. A lot of these, Carl's just going to be looking at the bottle and tasting. But it's going to be fun. I cannot wait. Hello from Toronto. All over the country. That's amazing.
For people are wondering, I started to taste Chardonnay at 5:30 this morning, just so you guys know. And I'm not even joking.
But you have to remember, Carl tastes and spits. That's how his tasting notes stay really coherent.
Yeah. Mira, do you want to tell people how you found me this morning when you woke up at 7?
Yeah. Just surrounded by a bunch of Chardonnay. So this is a freak of Chardonnay we've got here.
Okay, spoiler alert. We are featuring Mira Vineyard, Mira Family Vineyard this upcoming week. So on Monday, well, basically tomorrow, you guys are going to receive an email saying that we're featuring Mira Family Vineyard. And guess what? There's 4 Chardonnays in that pack. And this morning I was doing all of the tasting notes for our upcoming feature. You can see it; they're all open here from the micro cuvee. We're also going to do the new tribute wine, where they just released. I also have the McLean Creek Road single vineyard. And also their Okanagan. Anyway, I was tasting all of that this morning. We're going to retaste tonight. Well, we are at 6 o'clock my time, means 9 o'clock Eastern. We're going to have someone from Mira Vineyard who are going to tune in with us to talk about their 4 Chardonnays that we have open for tonight. So Zola, the tasting room manager, is going to be with us. So yeah, it is exciting. Let me get my sparkling water here before I get going. I have Mike Laplante from the Average Wine Enthusiast, who's going to tune in at some point as well. We have Sam Hawk, the wine teacher, who is a wine writer, a wine critic here in Western Canada, who's going to tune in as well. We have also who else do I? Oh, I have Jeff Ondermark, the winemaker at Mount Boucherie, who we have an outstanding, the original vine Chardonnay that I think it's one of my top 3 favorite Okanagan Chardonnay that we featured a few weeks ago. Jeff's going to be with us as well. We have Clay Martin, also from the BC Wine Reviews, who is going to be with us at some point during the show. Clay was pretty sick, like been hit by a strep throat, but he's in his living room in Soyuz, and he said he's going to be good to jump in and spend time with us. So there you go. We already have a lot of comments here. There you go. I want to review a little bit about what people are having. My friend Daryl, how's it going, Daryl? Hope you're good. You're drinking Westcott Chardonnay. Hope Grant Westcott is doing well today. I'm sure, Daryl, that Grant is really happy that you're celebrating our World Chardonnay Day with us today. Have a good day, Grant. Wishing you all the best. Hope you're having a good one. And tip to the hat to all the Chardonnay producers around the world, especially here in our country, where I believe that we are the best Chardonnay producer in the world. Yes, you heard me well. I think better than Burgundy. You know what? I think so, for a reason, because our country is so wide. We're doing so many great things across the country. We have such a diversified portfolio of Chardonnays. So yes, this is my true belief that I think that we're the best in the world at producing Chardonnays. Tip to the hat as well to John. I want to get his whoopsie. Pause. We're back. To John, I forget his first name, but he's the American who organized that World International, the World Chardonnay Days. So tip to the hat to John and his team. I'm proud to be part of it as well. So what do we have here? Who's drinking what? That's my favorite part here. Vicky, our friend Vicky, is having Bellaterra, just the Chardonnay Surly. Good job, Vicky. Love that wine. Daryl's drinking the 2018 Chardonnay Reserve from Westcott. Greg Alstad, our friend Greg, is tasting Township 7 2019 Reserve Chardonnay. Our friend Andrea in Saskatchewan is cracked open a Mira Family Tribute Series Chardonnay 17. So we're going to have the 19 as well tonight. Andrea, tribute to Dr. Bonnie, the brand new release. I think it's John Schrein. No, I think it's, I'm sorry, Anthony Gismondi just rated 93 points. Andrea, question specifically to you. Who was the tribute was dedicated to on 2017? If you have a second, please let me know. Reed Morrison has La Stella Leggero Chardonnay. That's the sister winery with Le Vieux Pain down in Osoyoos, Oliver. Thank you, Clay Martin, our friend who's gonna join us later on, like a little bit more at the tail end of the show. So Clay will be cracking the Leggero Chardonnay as well. So we have two of you guys on La Stella. Chards. Jeanette says hi. Jeanette is waiting for Danny to see what you guys are going to open. So can't wait to hear. Mom. Bonjour, un petit bonjour à ma maman, un petit bonjour à tout le monde en français, nos amis du Québec, nos membres du Québec, les amateurs de Chardonnay du Québec. Un beau bonjour, le Nouveau-Brunswick, les régions francophones du nord de l'Ontario, le Manitoba. C'est la journée mondiale du Chardonnay, la première édition. On est le château fort canadien ici à Chards Wine Club. On représente le Canada. Et en accord avec les gens qui organisent la journée, on était en Zoom call avec eux il y a 2 matins de ça. Je pense que c'est jeudi matin, non, hier matin. Et puis, l'organisateur nous a dit que Chards Wine Club était le plus gros événement de Chardonnay au monde aujourd'hui. Fait qu'on vous fait pas des farces, là, au monde. Donc, just saying, I was on a Zoom call yesterday with John and all of his team, with people from all around the world, discussing with people from Russia, what they were doing. There was a lady in Provence as well who were doing some different stuff with the reopening of restaurant there. The patio were reopening yesterday in France. They were shut down for 6 months. Ladies in South Australia had big plans to do some stuff. Like there was 5 different parts of Australia were throwing some small to medium event. Also, some people from Chile and Argentina and alcohol. And John, at some point, introduced me as the lead of Canada. And he said, I want to let everyone know that nobody around the world is doing something as big as Chards Wine Club is doing. So we have the biggest Chardonnay event around the world today going on. So I'm glad that you guys are tuning in because we're going to have a lot of fun. I have so much to talk about. So let's keep going. Mom says, ma mère sait que le Chardonnay, c'est son raisin préféré. My mom said that she loves Chardonnay. So I know where I'm coming from. Yes, from my mom who loves Chardonnay. Sean Farmers has the J Vineyard from Russian River Valley. I like J Vineyards. I think from J Vineyard, undisputably, their best bottling is their Chardonnay. So I also really like the Russian River Valley in Sonoma. These get full body, but fresh and crisp, with nice texture. So well done, Sean. Xavier from Toronto. Hi, Xavier. I hope you're doing well. Xavier, I went back to, especially for you, I thought of you yesterday. I went back to Painted Rock yesterday because guess what? They got me a bottle of Chardonnay. So a little later on, we're going to have Painted Rock Chardonnay. We're going to do a segment. Painted Rock, Black Hills, Bartier. So I have a good bunch of Chardonnays from the Okanagan that we're going to do in one bunch a little later on. So yeah. Stephen Shapiro is here on YouTube, going to open the King's Court on Oak Chardonnay 17. Thank you. So our friend Roland Zimmerman at King's Court. I really like this little on Oak Chardonnay. So there you go. Who else is tuning in here tonight? Let's give a little bit of love to Instagram because there's a lot of action here. EB Peters has a Saint David with the Farm 2018 Chardonnay. We have Road 13 who's joining us, Mira Boucherie. Here are friends at Road 13. There you go. Little Engine just joined as well. So so cheers to our friends at Little Engine, because I want to tell everyone, I want to tell the world that Little Engine is one of the top Chardonnay producer in our country, and I truly believe it. My top 10 wine of the year last year reflected that thought. Their silver Chardonnay, their gold Chardonnay was my number 7. I gave it a 94 points last year. Absolutely fantastic. Great job at the team at Little Engine. The Platinum Chard is also a fantastic wine. Personally, I love the gold. Is my favorite of their Chardonnay lineup. So thanks to the team at Little Engine for joining us, and happy Chardonnay Day, guys. And I want to tell you, you're doing a great job. You're top here in the top Chardonnay producer in our country. Let's keep going here. Who do we have? Gail is here to hear about Chardonnay. So I have mon cousin Jean-Denis qui se joint à nous de Chicoutimi. Un beau bonjour, JD. Ça fait plaisir de t'avoir. J'espère que tu puisses prendre l'avion très bientôt. Jump in the plane, puis viens nous voir à notre nouvelle place, in the Okanagan, en plein milieu du monde des vins ici. On va pouvoir aller faire une petite tournée ensemble. Jean-Denis, passe une bonne journée. Merci de te joindre à nous. Here, who else? Chantal Vincent, Trail Estate Chardonnay from Prince Edward County. We have one from Prince Edward County today to go. It will be Carlo Estate Winery. I have the 17 vintage. You see now people are tuning in like maniacs, right? You see the attendance? That's pretty cool. How are you?
I think we have some Chardonnay lovers in Canada. I think this is a good sign.
You know what? I just told the world, I think we are the best Chardonnay producer in the world.
You might be a little biased, but I think that
friend in France, in Burgundy, because they've been producing Chardonnays for 500 years, but I think that we produce better stuff than them. I truly believe it.
We do have some really unique soils out here.
So what do you think of the My Way?
Very enjoyable.
Yeah.
So everyone already probably knows that I started drinking wine during the pandemic, even though I've been married to a freak of a wine lover who's been in the wine industry for 25 years, Carl Boucher here. So I don't rate wine the same way as Carl does. For me, it's more about, do I like it or not? And I do like this one. And after that, it's how much of it would I drink? Under what circumstances? So to me, this is an amazing wine for the summer. It's very refreshing. Carl, I can see his brain ticking away as he's about to describe this. Very exciting. And I see our friend Marcel is.
Marcel is tuning in?
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're ready to announce that next wine. Carl said, I think before Marcel comes by, I'm probably gonna taste 3 wines, and then Marcel will come on, we'll taste another one, and then we'll keep going. This is how 1 or 2 hour event turns into a 4-hour event for Carl.
Yeah.
So tell us what you think about this one.
You know what? I like it. It's on the lighter side. Pear, I would say, like what? There's not a whole lot of oak in there. Lightly oak. I would say there's no explosion, but there's a beautiful acidity though. It's like, you know what, to me that's the typical classic 89 point, where at $25 it's perfect. It's not the price is not extravagant. 2018 vintage, drink in the next 2 years, I would say. Whoops. To me, I like it. I enjoy it. That's something that I give it an 89 point personally. This is well made. The nose is pleasant. There's a little bit of peach on the nose as well, so it's pretty fun. I don't have a large understanding and a large knowledge about the Megalomaniac portfolio. I know that they're doing some fun stuff. I tasted a very, very good Cabernet Franc from them a few months back. Their Rieslings is interesting. First time for me tasting their Chardonnay. It's enjoyable, refreshing. The most important thing here in that specific one, there's the right amount of acidity. It's not a fruit explosion. It's not something where it's like, okay, we're going to come back a lot tonight talking about Pearl Morissette 2017 Cuvée 19e. I think it's been our benchmark. It's been, to me, still to this day, after tasting 4 of the Meyer today, none of them, there's maybe one who get a little close, but none of them is getting to the level of the Pearl Morissette. So it's going to be the benchmark until one of the 27, like maybe like start to get there. This one is not. There's a few steps underneath, but it's not the same purpose. Let's keep in mind the price will always be a very good indicator here. Okay, $25 Chardonnay at the LCBO here. So this is not if LCBO charged 25. No, I'm not going to start to that path. Okay, I can't. It's too early. I can't do that. I'm seeing my friend Marcel in the green room here having a laugh. He loves that way. He loves when I go that path a little bit. No, Marcel, I've decided to be politically correct all night. Well, maybe for the first hour. So yes, Megalomaniac here. How about before Marcel comes in, I have Foreign Affair. Okay, I have Foreign Affair 2018 Unoaked Chardonnay here. Okay, love screw cap for these kind of events. That's the best. And let's do that. Just a quick little sip of the Foreign Affair. Ooh, a little bit more pop on the nose here. A little bit more fruit, unoaked here. So nothing is tamed by the oak. There's the pure fruit shooting out.
So you guys are going to get like Carl unplugged, uncuffed. This is how he is when he's tasting wines and reviewing them. There is no scripting whatsoever. And once in a while you get some funny comments. And you also get, like, Carl has a knack for picking the price point of a wine. And if he's way off, you start to wonder. Like if he tells you this is a $40 wine and it's $20, oof, that's a good value, right?
Drop you off a sip of the Foreign Affair while I'm picking up Marcel's bottle here. Marcel's, I'm cracking the 16 Blanc de Blanc. When I return, we'll be together. Mira, you're in charge of telling me. I would say Foreign Affair on Oak 2018. I will go $22. That's my guess. Okay, I'll leave you on that.
That's good. That's good. Okay. Well, let's find out what it is. 2018 on Oak Chardonnay. Who's going to tell us how much that bottle is? Vicky likes the Foreign Affair Chardonnay. Lots of minerality, refreshing. Yeah, Daryl, better tune back in 2 hours. You might get, no, there's going to be lots of fun stuff happening. By the way, we have some prizes.
Yes, forget about the prizes.
He's here dropping our
like the bottom, that Foreign Affair, the fruit
amazing.
Just pop out.
Just pops out. You're right.
That tangerine.
It's like an orchard in the glass. Amazing. Yes. So Vicky says it looks like the Foreign Affair is $23.95. So Carl was not far off with 22. Amazing. Sounds like a good guess. You bet. So yeah, the prizes. So we have 2 of the Gabriel Standard glasses, $88 value. We'll be giving that away sometime soon here. We've got a box of really nice carrot chocolates. What else do we have, Carl Boucher?
You know what? Like, you keep giving glasses away. These are expensive. Shit. Like, come on. Like,
it was his idea. Yes. It was his idea. Anyhow,
I think we have some macerated cherries, marinated dark cherries from the butcher shop. No, the Modern Butcher at Mount Boucherie as well.
Yeah, that's a nice little pantry prize there. And then we have a private tasting with Carl. So if you have a birthday party or some kind of socially distanced thing. Karen says she needs some Chardonnay glasses. Well, these ones are like a one for all. So they're good for everything from sparkling to reds. They're great. We love them. Okay. Should we bring Marcel on? He's been waiting like 5 minutes.
Bring Marcel on. Poor guys. I know he's dying to chat with us. There you go. Hey, Mira, have you, brother, how's it going?
Better now.
Yeah.
Sitting down, long weekend with a glass of Chard. And you know what? Lots of controversy, man, online. I tell you.
Oh, man, people are pissed off.
If Chardonnay, I'm not sure Chardonnay needs 2 days, but hey, any day that we can celebrate wine is good with me. So, World Chardonnay Day today, and I think you guys need to do it again next week for International Chardonnay Day. Why not? Why not? There's enough.
You're gonna kill me, Marcel.
There's enough great Chardonnay in this country, and next time you need to chill the bottle more, Carl. I'm just saying.
We had a problem fitting all the bottles into our fridge.
So the more bottles are in the fridge, the longer it takes for them to chill down. I'm just saying.
No shit.
It's true. We found that out the hard way. Some went into the freezer a couple hours ago.
I didn't go as dangerous. I was gonna open that, but I opened the barrel fermented Chardonnay instead. No gushing, which is a good thing.
You know what?
So Mira, I think you and I taking over the show because Carl is at the moment clean up in aisle 1.
Yeah,
exactly. Hey? Well, it's a good thing that the bottle didn't explode. We've had that happen live as well.
So I'm gonna go. I gotta go try that Foreign Affair. I haven't had that vintage yet, so that sounds very interesting.
Mira, did you research the price? Was I right with my $22?
Vicky thinks it's $23.95, and that's probably with tax. So I think that you're bang on.
Perfect. Right. So they're gonna drop their price before I go and buy one. That's good.
You know what? To be honest, usually 2018 now it's an unoaked, so this is at the prime. It's not going to get any better. I'm not expecting this wine to shine more than that. It's absolutely at its peak. I'm surprised. I didn't expect something that much. The fruit is just popping. There's green apple, a little bit of tangerine. It's really enjoyable to me, on a scale of 100 on my point system, it just kicked Megalomaniac's ass big time for a lower price point. So, and it's not because the Megalomaniac was not good, but yeah,
But
no,
you
I
know,
really,
we've
really,
talked
really.
about this before. You know, we the same with us. We make wine in different categories, and when you price the wine, it's got to perform or overperform in that category. So, you know, when we make, so we launched today. I don't know if you saw it online. We have a
That's
Chardonnay,
amazing. By the way,
Chardonnay
amazing,
all
great
day.
job.
So we have Chardonnay for breakfast, which you have in your glass. Then we have Chardonnay sur lit for lunch, and then we have the barrel fermented Chardonnay that I'm having for dinner. And you know what? They all have a different price point, and I'm not spending as much money on lunch as I am spending on dinner. So it all has to fit its category, right?
It makes sense a lot. And for people who are just to tune in, I am live with Marcel Morgenstern, one of the owner, the face of Pondview Bellaterra. I don't know anyone else in the wine business who's always willing to say yes when we're asking
Oh boy.
Marcel. But it's true. It's true. Like long weekend, not long weekend, Marcel. If we do something here at Carl's Wine Club, Marcel is always yes. I'll be there, brother. So thanks for being here. Welcome to this very special day. And like you mentioned, they might have two international or World Chardonnay Day, but too bad for people who are pissed off about it. I don't know why, but here you
We're
go.
just getting started early. That's all. We got a full
That's
week.
it,
Let's make a
right?
week out of it.
That's
good.
it. I have been now a big fan of what you guys are doing. When I say a big fan, I say a big, big fan. Last night, I was in a Zoom meeting, in a Zoom tasting with the same group that we've done together. Remember a month ago with that group from Calgary, we tasted it was with that same group. We tasted some Moon Cursor from
Oh, nice.
Osoyoos here. And I would say at least 5 or 6 times during the tasting, someone brought up Bellaterra Pondview. So it is pretty cool. Then when you're tasting other wines and the crowd is bringing a different brand as a reference. So I think
Well,
it's pretty
listen,
cool.
we and you got a long day of tasting, so I don't want to take up too much time. But like we have now, and my team at the winery has now experienced what Carl's Wine Club is all about. We have, as a team, never tasted this many great BC wines because we just didn't have the access to it here. And I just, you know, again, want to thank you and Mira, what you guys are doing. We're right now with the staff while we're still in lockdown until the 14th here. We've taken this time, and every other day we're opening a different bottle of BC wine, and we're doing comparisons. We do this all the time with Niagara wines, but it's just as much as everyone had to stay home, the world has come closer together, and we've, like, what you guys are doing is really just putting it into perspective. So it has been a great education. So thank you very much.
I want to repeat something that you Marcel told me a couple months ago. You said, Carl, it's not because it's another winery, but you told me none of the winery in Niagara or in BC are my competitor. These guys are my neighbors. They're not my competitor. And I love when you told me that. It reflects your mindset. It's not about competing with your neighbor. It's about how to make our business here, our Canadian business stronger. And I think that with the pandemic, it's forcing us to get together and to work because I think the competition comes from Chile, comes from Argentina. That's where the competition. Am I right?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. If you know, if things open up more, which I believe they will, Canada won't be making enough wine to supply its own market. So it's a foregone conclusion, and it's already happening, and we're very close to that. So it's very exciting time. So tell me, Blanc de Blanc.
So I'm tasting here 2016 Blanc de Blanc. When we talk about priming, I think that's what we're tasting here. It's in its prime. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think now 5 years in, I don't have any secondary aromas. I don't have any tertiary aromas. I still get the green apple, but now I'm getting a little bit of nut, like a little bit of like tiny bit of caramel coming on the back end. This is not tired at all, but it's priming. What would you say about the ageability of that one?
It's interesting. So this is our first. So it's first of all, it's from the same vineyard as the 17 Chardonnay here that won the top 10 in the world at the Chardonnay du Monde last year. So it's all the 34-year-old vines, and the same thing, all hand harvested. Obviously, what you have in your glass much earlier, but 16 was very hot vintage. 2020 we all know was a very hot vintage. I mean, if the weather keeps going like last few days, we had over 30 degrees Celsius here, 34, 35. It's going to be another hot one. But so you got to keep in mind that 16 was a very hot vintage. And this is also our very first vintage of that Bella Terra Blanc de Blanc. So we were actually playing around with our traditional sparkling program started with that vintage that you have in the glass, and we actually split it up. We had at different intervals we disgorged these wines. So I believe that the bottle that you have is one of the later ones. So that's almost 3.5 years on the lees in the bottle before disgorging. We have. I think we have one round left, small round left to disgorge. So pretty much like 4 years.
Wow!
So we've been tasting and comparing with where we're gonna set this. So doing a little market research here. In your opinion, more time on the lees or less time on the lees?
I would say this one is getting like there's a nice creamy. So I really like the texture. To me, to make it a premium mouthfeel, I like the time on the lees. It gives me a little bit more texture, more complexity, and I will go with a little bit more. And it also give more nerves to the wine. So I like the more time on the lees.
Oh, I gotta say hi to Elaine. Hey, Elaine, nice for you to join. Neighbor down the street from works at Between the Lines Winery. Another great one to check out.
Which one?
Between the Lines.
Between the Lines. Okay, well, thank you. Let me say Between the Lines.
Elaine, is your wine in there? Is the Between the Between the Lines wine in there?
No, it's not. Unfortunately.
Elaine, you're sleeping. What's going on? Now I'm gonna get an angry text, and you know what? As a result, the great thing is you're gonna get some wine from Between the Lines. That's the great end result.
I would love to, Marcel, because I've heard great thing about Between the Lines, and I've seen Elaine's name on Wine of Niagara, a Winery of Niagara, on the Facebook, like around. So now I know that it's Between the Lines wine. So that is good to know. Marcel, I would like you to talk a little bit about the vision of the Chardonnays at Bella Terra, because you guys won one of the top awards in the world. It's not only about national awards. We're talking about one of the top international awards. So you guys won gold at the Chardonnay du Monde with the one that you're tasting tonight. I named myself the Surly, the best value wine of the year last year. So when you sit down with Lou and Fred and you guys talk about Chardonnay, what is the philosophy from you guys when you guys talk Chards?
Well, it's mostly driven by Lou to begin with, because obviously he grew up on those vineyards, and he is now 11 almost, well, and in June it'll be 11 years as a winery, but before that since the mid 70s that his parents started the grape farm, and then he took it over later on and expanded it. It all with us starts with grape growing. So when you finally have a chance to come out and visit us, he'll walk through the vineyard with you, and there, like with everyone that visits, it's the stop at the Chardonnay vineyard. And the other big passion is Cabernet Franc. It's just we do Riesling. I think we do a very decent job with it. We have the Merlot in there. We have the Cab Sauv, but really when you have to pick two, which lose real passion, because he knows exactly from start to finish what they do in the vineyard and the quality they bring out over decades now, year after year. It's Chardonnay and Cabernet Franc in our specific terroir. In the cool climate regions like we have with the harsh winters, it's not that often that you come across like the thick, gnarly old vines. There's before we had the wind machines to help us protect the vines from some extreme temperatures in the wintertime. You'd have vineyards that totally get wiped out, only over the last couple of decades, really, these wind machines have taken off, and really, I think, like over the last 10, 12 years, that everyone has jumped on that bandwagon of putting these wind machines in to protect themselves from some severe temperatures in the wintertime. So you're looking at something like this that's 34, 35 years old now, and it's still around and kicking. That's just something very special. And there is just no denying that fruit right now, is just in its prime when it comes off these vines. And we have the same thing with our cabs. We're approaching that same age. It's just consistency. That's what the exciting part is about this. What is this? I can't see it.
I just put 93 points for that beautiful sparkling.
Very nice. Thank you.
You know what? The acidity is still shining.
Yes.
And in your
which
new
is amazing. 16. I mean, so that one came down to harvesting it at the right point.
I think when
there's enough fruit so that the acidity doesn't go down, but there is that danger, right? If you go too early, that you don't get that fruit extraction, and that it's too underripe. And in a year like 16, I gotta tell you, my job is the easiest job at the winery. Actually, people tell me that all the time. Not other people that work at the winery, but it's that coexistence between Lou as the grape grower and Fred as the winemaker, and that they have total flexibility of when to go in and get that fruit off. That is just key. That's the key. I think you can't make great wine out of grapes that have been harvested too early or too late. You got to get it right, and I think they have nailed it many times now.
So I want to say, to me right there with the 16, that's what we're tasting right now, it's the balance. I think the balance between the level of fruit and the level of acidity, it went like absolutely bang on, because you have a beautiful roundness. The fruits are right in the front where it should be. And I would say like there's a little bit of peach in there. There's some stone fruit at the beginning. There even maybe I would say some tangerine or something like that at the beginning. The citrus.
And I think
orange.
that's that ripeness, like you get into that more tropical kind of thing. And I think that really speaks to that, how hot that vintage was.
The vintage, but my point right there, it's the acidity. Wow, it still gets me right on the back of the jaw here. And for a hot vintage to get that level of acidity, you mentioned, I think that's the timing, let's go pick now. Yes. And it's fantastic. Really good. I'm super impressed. I have another question for you, because I am a big fan of the Shirley. And what is the difference when we go? When you go, guys, when you guys manage the harvest, what goes into the wine you're having right now? So the wine, the Chardonnay, your regular one, the one who won the big award, and the Shirley. How do you guys split that off? How do you decide who goes where? Because the Shirley has an incredible value, a monstrous value, under $20 for that quality of wine. It's an insanity to me. And you got the other one. We're talking at $30. We're talking about $10, $12 difference. But a wine you won someone.
It's actually $20 difference to be exact. But
at 40, okay, it's a 40.
Yeah,
okay,
right,
well, fine, but still won one of the top international awards. So,
yes.
So what goes into the selection? Basically, long story short, make a clear question. What goes into the selection?
Oh, we let the accountant decide. No, I'm just kidding. No. So listen.
Right?
No, we have, and see, this is the problem now with an old vineyard like that. There are so many cool things that we wanted to do with this, and we actually had a real heart-to-heart discussion here. Are we starting this sparkling program? Because we could easily sell it all as the as the top end Chardonnay and not make the Surly Chardonnay and not make the Blanc de Blanc. But the Surly Chardonnay has been with us, that style, from day one, and so has the barrel fermented Chardonnay. And we looked at ourselves and said, well, with this, like, it would be a shame not to do a traditional method sparkling. And really that's how it broke out, that we have, from my understanding, again, I'm not the guy in the vineyard, but from my understanding, that we have some of the rows that we crop even lighter for this top Chardonnay, and the rest we crop a little bit heavier for to bump up some of that volume for the Surly, for that lower price point, and then also to keep that acidity for the for the Blanc de Blanc. So it's the problem is that Vineyard is not big enough. That's our biggest problem right now, and we don't want to drop one of those styles. So it's gonna be, or it is one of those things. Actually, that vintage of barrel of Surly Chardonnay that you had featured is sold out, and we're almost done with this. Down to the last few cases of this. The 17, the big award winner Chardonnay, and the reason why we have the 16 Chardonnay around now is because we're slowly releasing it for the Blanc de Blanc, but that's just it. It's whatever that vineyard gives us. We're going to continue right now to split it between those, because we can't drop the Surly Chardonnay, even though this one is $40. But it's not the right thing to do. We love that wine, and a lot of people love it. So we're just going to continue and wait until some of these other vines that we've planted are going to be old enough to keep up with what we got now.
Marcel, we're having a fun conversation. I'm looking at the comments here. It's hilarious because you talk about the accountant, and Derek says, what? Accountant are allowed to taste the wine? And Greg saying, yeah, sure, accountant can tell if the wine is balanced or not. So I like what's going on here. That's pretty funny. I think that you have a big fan. Elaine said that she's addicted to your Fumé Blanc. Yes. I have to say one thing. I think I tasted pretty much everything on your portfolio. That's one of the only one I haven't tasted, and it's been like the third tasting that we're doing, and people bring that Fumé Blanc to my attention.
I'm not sending it to you.
Now I'm getting angry.
I'm not sending it to you. You're gonna come taste it here.
Exactly. That's the plan. Hey, should we tell our audience what we're planning right now? What did we talk this morning?
Up to you.
I'm willing to do that. Marcel is selecting some barrels for Carl's Wine Club. We're gonna make a special Carl's Wine Club blend.
Well, you're gonna select them. I'll show you what to choose from.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just waiting for I'm brand new in BC, so I'm not sure. And what's your restriction? But when they said it's a go, Mira and I are hopping on the plane, and you guys gonna experience the Boucherie tornado.
Oh boy.
When we walk out the plane, and my half of my hockey team comes out the plane, you guys gonna be like, oh my god, what are we doing here? It's gonna be so much fun.
Fantastic. Anyway,
Marcel.
we'll be making some wine. You got lots of wine to taste, and I don't want to overstay my welcome here. So
I'm so happy that you made it. Thanks for taking some time. I think I have like Mira Boucher's right here with me. I think she's having maybe a question or two here for you, Marcel. Mira, do you have anything for Marcel while I'm bringing you some of these of the sparkling in your room?
Oh my gosh, you can't bring me any more sparkling. So I have taken 2 sips of these. You have to pour less because it's all going to go down the drain.
Those don't look like samples to me.
I know, right? So what are you doing here, Carl?
It's when the tasting turns into a drinking. That's the problem.
Yeah, we can't. No.
Yeah. How many more do you have to go?
What, 23?
Wow.
23? Hey, Carl?
Eh?
23 more? Okay, so you have to pour like this much because we're going to run out of glasses here. I'm going to have to dump it down the drain.
Yeah, I have a big bucket.
Well, stop wasting the wine. Jeez.
That's the bucket. That's the end of the show.
Never too much bubble. So yeah, there you go. Well, thank you so much, Marcel. I'll just wait for Carl to come back to say goodbye properly. But yes, we're looking forward to meeting you in person. And there we go. Thank you.
That bubbly far.
We'll do some.
Nice.
We'll do some wine touring around Niagara.
Will be amazing. Thank you so much.
We'll do some live video stops at some of the great places in Niagara. So can't wait for you to do some live shoots from out here.
My friend,
that'll be so much fun.
And we might just visit Elaine at Between the Lines.
That's right.
Absolutely.
She just commented, "Come see me." Absolutely, of course.
We will. My friend, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. Always appreciate your time, my friend. Happy World Chardonnay Day.
Chardonnay, that's right.
Enjoy your long weekend. We'll chat on Tuesday. Take care, Marcel.
Sounds good. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Marcel. Bye. All right. So we're on to the next one, Carl Boucher. What are you cracking open next?
What do you have? I've seen earlier some of our guests is tasting some of the 13th Street. I think 13th Street. Who's tasting 13th Street right now? Me.
Yeah, let's try it.
We have the 18. Okay, let's rotate here. You should see that. You should see my big bucket. Okay, I'm ready to go to war. Look at that. Okay, this is my dumb bucket. So I'm ready to go.
Carl hasn't had a swallowing, like he hasn't swallowed wine in what, 10?
Almost 10, like over 9, almost 10. So here we have 13th Street, and it's not going to start today.
That's right.
Oh, this is pear. Karen said it's Friday, Carl. Just swallow.
I think 4 hours would turn into like 8 hours at that point. So we got to be careful what we wish for here.
You know what? I told you when you told me that I was crazy and thinking about like going to on 4 hour. I said, Mira, we're already on for 1 right now, and it feels like we just started couple minutes ago. It's gonna fly by like you can't even believe.
That's right. So if you're tuning in and you haven't left a comment, leave a comment. We're gonna do the first prize draw pretty soon here. Hey, Carl Boucher.
Oh, I'm up for that. So here, 13th Street with my friend Jean-Pierre Collard. This one, it's the Niagara Peninsula. So they have a few different tiers here at 13th Street. I also have the Vice Check single vineyard in the freezer somehow. Mira, if you want to chat with our people for a few seconds, I will go get some more wine from the freezer, okay?
Sounds great. So we had to put the wine in the freezer because there wasn't enough room in the fridge. And we discovered that if you you fill your entire fridge with wine, it takes longer to cool down. There's a lot of volume of water to cool down. So you discover these things, physics the hard way.
It's tasty.
Yeah, Karen says, don't forget the wine in the freezer. I know, that would be awful.
Oh, the amount.
That's right. Yeah, it is kind of fun, Gail. Sometimes he just reaches behind blind and just cracks something. It's kind of fun. Yeah, and Joanne is also having this same one. So that's kind of cool, Joanne. You'll have to tell us what you think.
Very, very good. I would say this is a 91 maybe. This is a very good Chardonnay. A little bit more structured than I was expecting.
Nice. Fill the bathtub with ice. Thanks for the advice there, Karen. That's great. Next time. Maybe next week, right? If we do this again for the National Chardonnay Day or what have you. Yes, we do need wine fridges. We're working on that one. We just moved. So this is part of the issue. We just moved from Calgary to West Kelowna. We're right in the middle of wine country. So. Oh, so Elaine bought 260. What kind of wine coolers did you get, Elaine? I'm always curious. We're looking into different ones right now. Wine and freezer. Yep. Been there, done that. Totally. So here we have the 13th Street Winery. Should we do Mira's dirty, non-experienced rating first? Do I like it or not? And how many glasses would I drink in the right circumstances? Clay might have an extra wine fridge. Ooh. Well, you put that out on here, Clay. You might have a bidding war for it. So, oh, that's interesting. There's almost some grassiness on this one. Super refreshing. To me, do I like it or not? Yes, I like it. Probably needs to be chilled just a tad more if you have more room in your fridge than we did. And I would say this is a 3-glass wine out of, assuming there's 5 glasses in a bottle, 3 to 4. It's pretty good.
Okay, and here, look what I have here. This is the top of the line of 13th Street. I'm going to pop that up right away so we can taste both side by side.
Oh, so what's that one called?
That's the Vice Check.
Oh, the Vice Check.
Vice
I have a
Check.
Magnum for that one as well, hey?
Yes. So this is the Vice Check Vineyard. Yeah, I've been talking with JP a few times, and he always got back with Vice Check. He said Vice Check Vineyard is a very special piece of land, and he always saved this fruit for his top of the line. So, yeah,
That's
I can't
great.
wait. I've never tried. It's going to be my first time for Vice Check. So,
are these 13th Streets? Karen's asking, are they unoaked or oaked?
They have both. So what I have here, the regular here, the dark, the gray and silver is oak. Definitely. I haven't read any tasting notes or whatsoever. This one is definitely oak. But it's well integrated. I really like the structure. I like the acidity. I like how the how the oak is integrated. So here, and definitely here it's oaked as well. I just peek on the back of the bottle. So this is Vice Check Vineyard 2019. So this is the new release of the Vice Check. So you guys notice I'm tasting Ontario right now. We'll switch to BC a little later on. Oh, okay. Now there's more tropical fruit here than citrus. How nice is that to be able to do this with the grandparents at home, eh, Mira? Taking care
Super
of
fun.
taking care of the kids.
This is part of why we moved to West Kelowna, to be closer to be family, right?
There you
It's
go.
great.
That's a beautiful. There's more tropical nose here. There's even a little bit of caramel on the nose.
I'm just making sure I've got everyone's names here because we're going to do the first draw pretty soon here.
Oh my God, this is top notch. I like that. Oof.
Yeah. So which one are you having again? It's the.
So I'm having the 2019 13th Street Vice Check Vineyard.
So that I don't have that in my glass. I have the regular one, which is still pretty good.
You have the regular one. I will swing out on the other side to give you a sip of this one so you can compare side by side, okay?
Yeah, I do have another glass here, but stop pouring them so big because I can take like one little sip, Carl. Maybe I need a big spit bucket like you.
Are you complaining right now?
It's hard. It's hard when you have to try like 26 wines.
Are you complaining right now?
I'm not complaining. Not complaining one bit.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad to hear that you're not.
That's right.
Okay. You know, when I'm cheating a bit here because I know how the Magnum costs because we have it on a one-time offer. But like the $35, this is a outstanding $35 wine.
Yeah.
I think Baba's gonna come here. When Baba walks back, I'm gonna ask her to go drop you
a little bit of wine.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. So here, I just want to do both side by side here to help me.
Century Club of Tasting in college. Derek, I've never heard of this. You'll have to fill us in. And I appreciate that, Karen, offering to volunteer. Volunteering is an essential travel reason presently. So, just kidding.
Hey, here I have the regular one here, and I have the Vice Check on my left hand. Okay. There's more flinty nose. It's a little bit more flinty on the regular than it is on the Vice Check. Vice Check, I get the pure fruit, really, really pure tropical fruit. I get a bit of mango. And yeah, it's really like pure. Here on the regular side, it's a little bit more minerality. I would say, like I mentioned, it's a little flinty on the nose. So
Xavier saying you have to taste. What's that?
It's the regular. It has a boatload of minerality, even on the palate. That crushed rock, that chalky. Oh, boo boo! Can I ask you a favor? Would you mind to bring that to my wife on the other side? Thank you so much. There you go. So you have the Vice Check on you on the way to you, Mira.
Amazing. Thank you.
Okay, and here now, so comparing.
Whole bottle. Look at that. Thank you, Pooh. Here, I'm going to go give away some of this wine.
So Vice Check definitely has more grip, has more freshness, more zing, more complexity. when we get back to the regular, and it's what you have to expect, right? Now we're talking about a 20. The regular is probably like a 20, 22. That around that price point, right? They're around the same price point in Foreign Affair. So we do have. It's more of a basic wine, but really enjoyable though. The oak is a little bit more predominant on the regular one. I do have the vice check feel really pure. It feels like the authenticity of that fruit is just absolutely spectacular. Almost feels like if I'm drinking a Puy Fusé from Burgundy. So really, really, really pure, really beautiful. It's focused, it's pinpoint. There's a lot of energy in that wine. The regular has a little bit more oakiness, a little bit more vanilla, so it's a little bit more loose in term of 13th Street authenticity. Let's put it that way, because when you drink 13th Street and when you know Jean-Pierre, you always his talent with Chardonnay. He grew up in Chablis. Oh, thank you. Now, I'm bringing you wine. You're bringing me food. I'm shortchanged here. No, I'm just joking. Mira, thank you. What? Good job. So Jean-Pierre grew up in Chablis, and so he knows what to do with Chardonnay. He knows what minerality would do. So when you taste his, like now, I'm a fan of his bubbly. I gave 94 points to his rosé bubbly back last year, but now I've tasted the regular. I'm tasting the vice check. The vice check is totally what I was expecting from someone with that background. So it's a spectacular effort. I had so here I promised some of our people that I will keep notes on every of the wine that I'm tasting tonight and having a quick rating for each of them. So with the 13th Street here, the regular, I'm going 90. With the vice check though, this is a serious wine. Vice check is something solid. I am loving it a lot. It's a 92 to me. Yeah, 92. Fresh, zingy acidity. For me, to make a Chardonnay overboard and over the top, I need that bright, zippy acidity. And this one really got it. Obviously, 2019, a year younger than the regular one, though. But to be honest, to put them side by side, I would say vice check as that step up that you expect because of the price point, right? So, so yeah, I have people are telling me to eat something. So 93, 94 for the vice check. You know what? I will not argue that, Joan. Not at all. I gave the 94 to their sparkling. So there we go. Thank you. Now, Elaine is asking if I attended the cold climate event in Niagara. No, I didn't. A friend of mine who we used to work together in Montreal at Le Germain Hotel downtown Montreal. Christine Mansui. Christine was one of the speakers at the I4C Cool Climate Conference, and unfortunately, not no, I was not part of it, but I'm planning. I would love to be part of more and more, be more involved in all of these type of thing in the future. So yeah. So this is for 13th Street now. Bon, Hélène qui est de Montréal. Moi, Hélène, moi, je suis de Chicoutimi. So, nord du Québec. J'ai travaillé à Montréal au Laurie Raphaël, à l'hôtel Le Germain au centre-ville. Mais j'ai travaillé surtout à Québec et aussi à Saint-Sauveur. Au manoir Saint-Sauveur, où c'est j'avais été engagé pour un contrat de restructurer le département de la restauration quand le propriétaire était décédé. Je crois que c'était milieu de 2010 ou quelque chose comme ça. Donc, bon, ça fait plaisir de parler français avec vous, Hélène. A little piece of chicken here just to keep me going. Happy Chardonnay Day, happy World Chardonnay Day to everyone. Thanks for tuning in. We have a very good audience right now. Instagram, Facebook, we have YouTube as well. Everything's going on. We have another guest coming in 15 minutes. So, something with a 27 bottles of Chardonnay that we have lined up for today. Now, this is 13th Street. Next, I would say the next two sisters, and we're going to do Carlo Estate. Prince Edward County on its own. It's an old world. So, I am super thrilled to have Carlo Estate Winery with us. So, yes, and then the TSV is the unoaked. Absolutely. We just finished our feature with two sisters. So we have every once a month we do a collector offer, and we do have we just finished yesterday the two sister, and I saved the unoaked that we have on the feature for today. So that Bella Terra Chardonnay sparkling is off the chart. Absolutely off the chart, I have to say. So now I'm going to go with Carlo and Two Sisters, my next two wine. Okay. Let's get to the comments right now. Greg all says it 27 bottles equals Chardonnay marathon. That is exactly what it is, my friend. Exactly. That was the goal. We wanted to go bold. We wanted to go big. You know what? As big as my passion is for Chardonnay. And I didn't even have time to start here with how my passion started with Chardonnay all the way back when I was at university in Laval doing my bachelor degree in international geography, believe it or not. And I was working as a as a assistant servers in one of the restaurants on the Grande Allée. And at the early in the season, we were like it was not even like full on like summertime at that point. It was, I think, like early June. The wine guy, the wine director, who was the sommelier of the place, went on took a week off. So this guy take a day off, a week off, and at the beginning of that week, I spent all of the minute that I had, like every free time that I had at the restaurant, I spent it in the cellar, just looking at what they had on the shelf. I was just really intrigued. I didn't know shit about wines. I was like, it was my first connection, my first contact with a big wine selection. So I spent all of it. At one point, the owner of the restaurant is an old Portuguese guy, old grouchy Portuguese guys. But he was getting pissed at me because always looking for me on the floor. Servers needed help. I wasn't available. I was always in the cellar looking at what they had there, and just putting a bottle off the shelf and looking at labels. Where does that come from? And I tried to I remember in my head, I just tried to connect the countries that I was seeing on the wine bottle to what I was starting to learn in my bachelor degree. And because I have the world map level 1 and 2 in my first year in my geography degree. So that's how everything started. I tried to connect, like, okay, where's that country? And the week went on, and I got more and more in crap from the owner because I was never available on the floor to help on the service, that because I was in the wine cellar. So anyway, long story short, after the week that the guy was away, the following week came, and he never came back to work. And we never know. I don't really ever know what happened to that guy, but he never came back to work, basically. And the second week, the owner said to me, hey, okay, you spent so much time in that darn wine cellar in the last 7 days. That can you please put an order together? What are we running low on? Because I'm sure you're the one who knows the most in here what's going on with the wine cellar. So please put an order together. We need to reorder stuff. So that's how I kind of started as the interim wine guy at the restaurant, and I finished the whole season. By the end of this season, I was going to wine school, and that's how I started. So now we're talking in 1997, and that in the old Quebec City. So that's how I started. I have Arthur here. I'm dumb. What will happen at all of the open bottle? Yeah, you know what? That's funny. It's a very, very good question, Arthur. It's not dumb. Tomorrow, we have our virtual guided tasting with Lunescence. I'm driving to Summerland to go do the Lunescence virtual tasting. We'll do it live from the winery. And after that, we have a very good friend, Rob Amersley. Rob owns Black Market Wine Company. Black Market, it's a winery located in Caledon. So I called up Rob. I said, guess what? I don't know if you're free on Saturday, but tomorrow we're bringing all of the half bottles to Caledon with Rob. He's cooking a storm for us, and we're bringing all of the wine with us there. So we're going to do a revisit of all of the stuff. So Mira, make sure that I don't forget my notes, so I can take notes on all of these beauties. Right now, I'm taking just a quick score on it. So yeah.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you're being recorded, Carl Boucher. So we'll remember what we said.
Yeah. So what did just happen, Mira? Did you just went to have a nap, or?
Yeah, I feel much better. No, I just grabbed a bottle of water. And then the kids needed something. They're watching a show with Grandma. So.
Kids? What? Oh, kids. Yes. Kids.
The 3 kids. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So now I'm moving on. I'm really impressed with the Vice Check, to be honest. 13th Street Vice Check. Really, I think I'm maybe trending towards maybe a 93 instead of a 92.
So you're still on the Vice Check. So you haven't tried, and what's coming up here? Give me some.
What's coming up? Two Sisters Unoaked Chardonnay.
Okay.
And following by Carlo 2017. Okay. So Two Sisters.
Two Sisters, what? 2017? What
2017
vintage?
And Carlo 2017.
Nice.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Greg said he just placed his Black Market order yesterday. Yes, absolutely. Nice. There, Rob is pretty active with special promotion. Stay tuned because we're planning a second little promotion, maybe a flash offer with Black Market and Rob. something that maybe it's a regular rosé, a Spetnat rosé, and maybe a Syrah, something like that. So, or maybe a Father's Day gift or something like that. Just saying.
Just saying.
Just saying. Now, there you go. This is Carlo, Prince Edward County. So a very unique place to grow grape nonetheless, right? So for people of you guys who knows the Ontario wine region fairly well, knows how cold it is. It can be in Prince Edward County. So yeah. Here. Okay, so this is the Carlo and the Two Sisters. Okay.
So what do you have open right there?
Both. I have in my hand
Oh.
the Two Sisters, okay?
Two Sisters. Okay, I'll get you that picture here up on the screen.
So Daryl said, well, yeah, like Norman Hardy got in trouble for some weird behavior. So Elaine, I'm completely with you here as a person. But if I'm really, I tasted Norman's wine, maybe it's 15 years ago when my career was mostly, I was just coming back from the Eastern provinces. So when I started my career in Western Canada, that's where I tasted Norman's wine. It's a really long time ago, so I cannot talk. But according to Daryl, he said that it's is the best is tasted. Wow, from Ontario. It's a big statement, Daryl, because I know how you like your Ontario cold climate wine. So pretty, wow. Okay.
And Karen, it's unoaked. I just put the little description up. Yeah, it's unoaked. I'm not sure about that. Vicky is asking, isn't Carlo partially owned by Doug Gilmore, past Maple Leafs captain?
I don't think so because no, you know, I was talking with Sherry Carlo and her partner or her new life partner, Sachs. He's the guy who reinvested after Sherry's husband passed. I think it's 2014. So Sachs, who's now a life partner with Sherry, I'm not sure if Doug Gilmore invested is one of the maybe the dormant investor or silent investor.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Elaine just filled us in that he's no longer making wine there. So maybe that was in the past. Yeah. Good to know.
Oh, so okay, no, I know. Doug Gilmore never owned the winery. The thing is, he started his own label, and they were making. Carlo was making the wine for Doug Gilmore. I remember reading that. That's why I tried to connect the dot. Yeah. So yeah, Doug Gilmore used to make the wine at Carlo, but they're not making it there yet. It's good to have someone from the wine industry from that region of the world. So Elaine, thanks for answering these questions. Yeah. And I remember when while I was talking with Sherry, that's what she mentioned. They had a rough time after Richard died. And when Doug Gilmore brought the project there, it brings an influx of dollar at the right moment. And he kept afloat the winery. And after that, I think when Sherry met Sachs had a decent amount of money to re-inject in the winery, and now everything is beyond them because they are fairly well off now. But yeah, no, you're right. So here I'm tasting. This is from Niagara. Is this Chardonnays from the Niagara River? No, this one is Niagara Peninsula VQA. Like everything I've tasted from Two Sisters in the past, it tastes luxurious. It tastes full and concentrated. This is purity of the fruit in a nutshell. This is, even if it's on oak, it's dense, it's concentrated, it's complex, it's as much as complexity can be with an oak Chardonnay. At some point, Chardonnay is Chardonnay, but there is a density in there. It's luxurious on the palate. There's a luxurious texture, mouthfeel. There's kind of a perfection in there. And Mira, like, we've tasted Two Sisters almost across the board all week last week. You remember, like, the first one we popped was the Riesling. The Riesling felt dense. The Riesling felt focused and typical, and like everything that we can talk about close to perfection was almost what it is. The Cap Franc was the quintessence, was the top, the summit of what we've tasted, what I've tasted personally from Two Sisters, but going to the Margaux Rosé. And now I'm tasting that, and this is the kind of the same feeling. This is pretty darn freaking good. Now I'm seeing freaking. It's only 5:30 here. I'm good. Oh, there you go. That's just my man. Mike just tuned in. Glad to have you here, Mike. Mike, give me a few minutes.
Carl, were you about to say that was the light version of you, and that you might get to the real swearing later, or?
Yeah,
what were you about to say?
Exactly what I was about to say. I had to stop there, and I saw Mike in the green room, so I was like, here is my exit here. I can't go that way right away. Mira, I'm coming your way. When you introduce Mike to our listener, I'm bringing wine to you, okay?
Oh, that's nice. Okay, well, we have Mike, the average wine enthusiast, in the house. Hello, Mike.
Hello, Mira.
Thanks
How
for
you doing?
stopping by. So Mike
pleasure.
LaPlante has a YouTube channel that is really fun and entertaining to watch. It's not just Canadian wines. He talks about wines in general from around the world sometimes. But he is a Canadian. So we thought it's World Chardonnay Day. We'd love to have you stop by. So thanks for doing that, Mike.
Thank you for having me, Mira. Obviously, I don't talk just about Canadian wine on the show. That'd be good, though, like for someone to actually do something like that, to have, oh, wait a minute, that's Carl Boucherie. He talks about nothing but Canadian wine. That's right. Yeah. He's awesome at it, too. And believe it or not, I'm a Canadian resident. I'm actually an American citizen.
You're actually which?
An American citizen.
American citizen. Oh, but also Canadian? Or are you just snowbirding over here?
No, I'm here illegally. I'm an illegal alien, and they're hunting me down right now, but I'm keeping them at bay.
Look at the colors. Look at the colors.
Oh, wow. So this is
Oaked, obviously.
Look at you.
So Two Sisters.
So
Carlo.
oaked?
Oaked,
Yeah.
yes.
Unoaked,
That's right.
right?
Yeah.
Two Sisters and Carlo Estate. There we go. Carl keeps pouring me these huge pours. What am I going to do with this?
You're going to swish it around in your mouth and give us your impressions, and then spit it into a Carl's Wine Club spit mug.
I know. I need to go get one of those.
Mike, for tonight, there is no spit mug. This is my spit bucket.
He's got a spit bucket, of course. Where's
like
the
a serious
branding
one?
Where's the branding on the bucket? I want to see big letters. Carl's Wine.
I should have done that.
There's some swag right there. You should give those away, Carl. People could use them for like purple Jesus parties or something. You know, just pour all kinds of.
People are. Daryl is leaving us some articles for later, Carl, about how swearing is a sign of intelligence.
They say the most intelligent people do have more of a potty mouth than people who maybe not be as intelligent, but. I don't know that there's much credibility in that myth.
I believe it. Well, they also say that wine tasting is really good for your brain because it activates different parts of your brain as you're trying to describe the wine and sense the different, experiences in the wine. So they say it's good for you. Not obviously if you drink too much.
And that's when I'm going to die at 155-year-old.
Well, a lot of people who lived a long times, they oftentimes accredit it to drinking some kind of wine, usually red wine, actually.
Isn't that funny, right? I think there was a lady in France. She was 110 or so, and they interviewed her recently, and she said, "Yep, I eat lots of eggs, eat lots of red meat, and I drink lots of red wine."
Good for her. That's awesome.
If it works, it works. You just have to find what works for you, right?
Exactly. So what is Carl pairing his Chardonnay with right now? I see his jaws are moving, and I'm just wondering what is it? It looks like chicken or something with some breading on it or something.
That looks like a dry wing or something.
It's pizza. Wow.
And this is a piece of chicken.
Oh,
The
wow.
The grandparents just ordered pizza and chicken strip for the kids for a movie night.
Oh, okay. Very
So
nice.
because I know that they're my in-laws, so they don't expect their daughter to be really straight to put the kids to bed after that show because she doesn't spit.
Oh boy. Okay. So where are we at as far as the Chardonnay tasting experience? I just joined you. I've been very busy myself right up into this point, but I've been enjoying some Chardonnay this evening myself. Grilled up a huge fillet of salmon and some vegetables, and it's local Chardonnay that I'm drinking. But I want to know where you are at right now. Like, are you at bottle number 15 or?
We are 2, 4, 6, 8. We're almost 10 bottles in. So, and we've tasted only Ontario so far.
Oh,
so,
great.
Yes. So I've done, Megalomaniac. We did Megalomaniac My Way 2018. I gave it an 89 points. I did Pouring Affair on Oak 2018. 90 points. Was good. I really, really liked the purity of the fruit. Was pretty. I was surprised for a $22 on Oak. Was really good. We did Bellaterra 2016 Blanc de Blanc. Because sometimes even if it can have bubbles in your Chardonnay, right? So fantastic Blanc de Blanc. Like 2016 is in his absolute prime right now. I give it a 93 points. Excellent. Marcel was with us, our first guest tonight. So we had Marcel for a good half an hour.
Awesome.
We also discussed the 2017 their regular Chardonnay, who won the gold medal at Chardonnay du Monde, and their Chardonnay Surly that I gave the top value wine of 2020 last year with Carl's Wine Club. This Chardonnay under $20, 8 months Surly, no oak, an absolute beauty. So that's from Bellaterra. We did 13th Street regular. So the regular one from 13th Street here, the 2018. This is an 89 point, decent, solid, nice, creamy, good oak usage. This is the shit from 13th Street. Their single vineyard vice check.
Okay.
This is good. Really, really good. Zippy, zingy, neutral oak though, but very, very well made. I love the long finish, very refreshing, more lemon and also nice minerality. Is very, very good. What else did we got so far? Now I'm on Two Sisters, on Oak Chardonnay. Very luxurious, pretty much like everything I've tasted with Two Sister last week, because it was our monthly collector offer. Things are like mouthful, like the mouth feel is full, is rich, it feels luxurious. Concentration is one of the adjective that I always found in every of their wine. Obviously, the quintessence, the peak of Two Sister that I've tasted last week was their Cabernet Franc.
Okay.
Absolutely unreal. Really, really, really good. But I really enjoying this this on oak Chardonnay. This pretty, I would say, I don't know a whole lot of on oak Chardonnay with that much concentration. It's surprising. If you blind taste me, I would have guessed some neutral oak in there because there's a dress around it that makes it like, well, you know, that creaminess that I would have guessed some neutral oak, maybe Hungarian oak, but
Okay.
no, completely on oak. So it's spectacular. Now I haven't scored it yet. I'm not sure, but this is a around the 92 points. And I have our first Prince Edward County here. So Carlo 2017. That's what I have here. So it's pretty. If you look here, I don't know if you can see the difference of color.
Oh, you can totally see it. Yeah.
Yeah?
Easily.
So for people who are not used to that Chardonnay conversation, that's the difference of an oaky Chardonnay. And I would say a Carlo here, they use at least 40% of the wine goes in new oak. That's my guess. I did not pull the text sheet, but with the nose, the color, I would say probably a good 40% goes to new oak. So you can see the difference of color right there.
Absolutely.
It's not the grape from Prince Edward County who looks so different than the one from Niagara.
No, Chardonnay is pretty neutral actually when it comes off the vine, and it's basically up to the winemaker to decide what he's going to do with it, or she's going to do with it.
I'm so with you, and I think that's exactly why I'm so passionate about Chardonnay myself. It's because doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can do something special with your Chardonnay. There's so much possibility to the winemaker and to the winery philosophy and to the region as well. Outside of Canada, what's your favorite Chardonnay region outside of Canada?
I won't. To be honest with you, my experience with Chardonnay is relatively limited. So it's California or Burgundy, and my experience in Burgundy was it was spectacular. It was something that it's unlike anything else. Whereas when I went to California, that's kind of where I got turned on to Chardonnay, and a lot of the Chardonnay I had there was it's oaked, and they're kind of famous for that style of Chardonnay. Obviously, they kind of got put on the map because of Chardonnay, and of course their Cabernet Sauvignon back in the 70s with the Judgment of Paris there. So Chardonnay it's one of their things, right? So this is kind of like, this is what we got to hold ourselves up to. Chardonnay is kind of like our thing because we popularized California wine with our Chardonnay. So there's that. Whereas when you go to Burgundy, it's just so much into the culture of the area. Either you're drinking Pinot or you're drinking Chardonnay, and the Chardonnays there have a personality all of their own, I want to say, that you don't get anywhere else. This probably has to do with old world, hundreds of years of making that type of wine. It's just unlike anything else. So like I say, my experience with Chardonnay is relatively limited, but I'd have to go with Burgundy.
Yeah, and you know what? I think just to relate to what you were saying, right? Like I study in Montreal, Quebec City as well. So when you study wine back east, you study more the old world. And when you go to school here in Western Canada, you focus a little bit more on the California, on the western part of the U.S. So yes, like you, my first connection, my first love with wine was Meursault. That was my first real love. So the Burgundy, so Meursault was my first real love in wine. Before I fell in love with Champagne, Meursault was my first one. So and in terms of California, I really, really love the Russian River Valley in Sonoma County. I think they make some fantastic, vibrant Chardonnays around there as well. There's one region I really fell in love. It's Argentina. And high level, like high altitude Chardonnays. makes it such a mineral component of a Chardonnay that's completely unique. It's one of my favorite regions for Chardonnay. Will be the high level Andes in Argentina. So if you ever have the chance to try one of the Catena, Nicholas Catena Zapata makes
Yep.
some outstanding high altitude Chardonnay. So if you haven't had a chance,
So are they? That would obviously be. They don't use like oak. You don't get toasty Chardonnays out of Argentina.
you get purity of the fruit and minerality. Like when you talk about like stony, flinty, that's what you get out of that. This is really, really unique. So super fun to compare. That's why I'm saying like you can get so many different style of Chardonnays from around the world. That's make it the beauty. So now let's get back here to our country. What's
Okay.
your favorite? What's your go? Not your favorite. Let's say what's your go-to Chardonnay from Canada, if you have one.
Do not have a go-to Chardonnay. Like I said, I'm really experimenting with Chardonnay right now. I'm drinking 2 different Chardonnays from. Here we go. The one is oaked and one is unoaked. It's
Yeah,
from the
I
same.
can tell.
One is from, or they're both from the same producers. It's Oxley Winery. Let's see if we can get a shot of that. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. So
And-
local from your neck of the hood.
Yeah. One of the wineries down there on the north shore of Lake Erie. There's about 20 wineries down there, and not all of them do Chardonnay. I was looking for Chardonnay from some producers out there, and I like going to Oxley. Oxley is a small little enclave down there. It's kind of all the Roman Catholic kids who grew up in this area know Oxley because there's a retreat there. So in grade 8, you would go to Oxley. That's how everybody knows Oxley. But then about 18 years ago, Oxley, these people here started a winery right next door to the retreat, and they've been pumping out some pretty decent wines. It's getting better and better, like everything around. The vines are getting older. They get some good talent in, and some of the wines they're producing are really, really nice. So this is, to be honest with you, this is my first experience with their Chardonnay. So I'm kind of glad this all came about because, in our wine journey, we want to get turned on to new wines all the time. And both of these they're very good. I have to admit, I enjoy drinking both of them. And I'm glad I made the trip out there.
What's the biggest difference between both? Like on the flavor profile, is it more on the texture or is it more on the fruit? Where do you get your biggest difference?
Well, I try to actually go the other way around. I'm trying to think what are the similarities, and the similarities are the acid. They both have a very nice acidity to it, and it's more not so fruit forward. Not even the unoaked one. It's on the nose. You're getting some melon and some stone fruit on there, whereas on the nose here, it tastes like it smells like a piece of pastry. Really. I love it.
Awesome. So let's move to the western part of the country. What do you know about Chardonnay from ours or from our neck of the hood? Is there anything?
I don't know anything about Chardonnay from your neck of the woods. I drank lots of wine from BC. I go visit my brother often, and I visit wineries all the time. And for the most part, I wouldn't. If I would go for a tasting, I wouldn't even attempt to drink the Chardonnay there. But now I will.
Well, that's funny because I saw that you prompt me to, because with your order of single tree, and when you put an order of single tree, and I was talking with Debbie, and I asked, Debbie, do you make any Chardonnays? And she's like, yeah, I do. And she said, I think I even have a couple bottles of the 2015 left in my wine cabinet at home. So she just sent it over. I received it a couple days ago, and now I was really wanted to crack it with you on because you kind of enjoyed their wine, so I was excited.
So this is the stuff they're growing up in the Fraser Valley, obviously.
That's it. The wine is from now. I think they have a little bit of grapes growing in their Naramata property as well in Penticton, but this specific one was from the Fraser Valley. So yeah, pretty interesting. I can't wait to open up. So you know what? If you give me a minute, I'm gonna do my my other load from the freezer right now, because I noticed this afternoon when I put all of these wine in my fridge, I emptied my fridge and I put all of the Chardonnay in the fridge. My mother-in-law was like, "What's going on here? Are you emptying the fridge to put wine in the fridge?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." She looked at my wife and said, "Is it something normal around here?"
No,
No,
it's International Chardonnay Day. Don't you
that's
know?
it. It's for Chardonnay Day, so we do what we have to do, and so uh, now I realize that by putting 28 bottles of Chardonnay at the same time in the fridge, it doesn't cool off pretty quick. So
No, I bet it doesn't.
no, and some of the kids went in the fridge and didn't close it back properly, so now they were not cold enough. So I had to switch them in the freezer.
Oh,
So
my goodness.
I'm gonna go pick up the what's in there, and I'll be back in 1 second. How
All
about you entertain the people, you and Mira, because you
Okay.
two are doing a very, very good team.
All right, no problem. Go do what you got to do, girl.
Hey, Mike, I'm excited for you to be here because when I watch your shows, you often have like fun facts and tidbits about different wines. What can you tell us about Chardonnay that's kind of lesser known or interesting?
Well, the thing about Chardonnay is that it's a grape that it's got to be picked when it's ready, which is the case with most grapes. But if you don't pick a Chardonnay grape at the peak ripeness, the right bricks they call it, the right sugar content, when it's at its peak ripeness, the thing that is a big component of Chardonnay is the acid. So if you don't pick it, you actually end up losing its acidity. The acidity rapidly leaves the grape if you don't pick a Chardonnay grape in a timely fashion. So I thought that was kind of interesting that, you know, you could wreck it if you don't get out there, or if something can happen, you know, with
so like if it's overripe,
yeah,
then it's going to lose the acidity. That's interesting. I think we once tasted, Carl and I, a Chardonnay that we thought for sure this is like overripe or something. It was lacking some acidity, and maybe that's why. Maybe they left it on the vines a little too long, right?
probably, yeah. And you know, in farming, you know, there's oftentimes you don't have control over a lot of things. And in the wine or in the grape growing business, when your grape is ready, you have to have a crew of people who are right ready for your phone call, and they're going to be there like as soon as you give them the call. And a massive amount of people are going to pick your grapes, and usually they're going to another vineyard to go pick as soon as they're done. You know, they're getting a call from somebody else, so it's a really timely thing. And especially with Chardonnay, if you ended up picking your Pinot grapes before you picked your Chardonnay could be, you know, have lost some acidity in the time that you're picking your Pinot grapes. So
yeah, that's fascinating. This particular one, that we had that experience, we thought maybe they were picked too late. It was a California Chardonnay where that kind of thing could happen. I think in Canada we're less concerned about that, right? We're more concerned about ripening them for long enough, right?
Typically,
depending on where.
Chardonnay is a kind of grape. Well, obviously, it grows in northern climates, so it's a grape that has a shorter. It needs a shorter growing season, as opposed to, let's say, a Cabernet Sauvignon or a Merlot, where it wants to get as much sun as possible to draw up all the sugar. It's a sugar thing with that. Whereas with Chardonnay, you're not really worried too much about obviously you want to have an optimal amount of bricks in your grapes when you pick them, but I think there's other considerations in there as well. So and the thing about Chardonnay is if you don't have the acid in there, it's missing like one of the most major components of the grape, because Chardonnay can be so many things depending on how the winemaker decides to what he's going to do with it, whether he's going to put it in oak, neutral oak, ferment it on, keep it on the lees for a certain period of time. There's so many different things that you can do with a Chardonnay grape that you wouldn't even consider doing with any other grape, because it's kind of like a blank slate. So not having that acidity in there is you're basically taking out a large percentage of whatever quality or whatever makes a good wine, right? So what you got there, sir? He's got some Pearl Morissette.
Are you kidding? Is that what's next?
Are you kidding? She says.
Yeah.
I love that one.
Ontario ones.
Mike, if you missed that part, Mira and I have a professional crush. Like something deep here going on Pearl Morissette. Mira and I, this is our favorite. This is the wine of the year so far, and I don't think it's even close. That's the wine of the year so far at Carl's Wine Club. This is absolutely incredible.
So tell us about it. How do they do up their Chardonnay?
Mira, I will let you chat a little bit about what. That's the wine who really light up Mira. To be honest with you, I think it's the first time that I see her really, really like clicking. Say, okay, this is really, really out there. This is like the top of the top, and yeah,
they call that an aha moment. Aha.
Aha.
Yeah, Dell's just saying, hold it closer to the camera here. I'll bring it up for just a second. Then I don't want to cut off. Yeah, so I'll bring it back when I leave the screen, because otherwise we cut off.
That's good, Carl.
Somebody's
That's a good shot, actually.
But you know what? That wine, we tasted it live, and I'm sure that's one of those little clips we need to hang on to. The first time I tasted and the first time Carl tasted it was live, and I was like, whoa. Like it was one of those kinds of reactions, which you don't get with every wine, right? Many wines you say, oh, all right, yeah, that's pretty good, right? But this one was like, whoa, we got something else going on here. This is something special.
You know, Mike, like, that's the that reaction, like, like it, yeah. Or you got the, good. Or you got that. That was like, what the is going on in here? Like, absolutely mind-boggling.
It
Good
was
for you, Mira.
So now it's our standard. Like, I don't know if you've had that happen ever with a bottle of
I think every
wine.
wine drinker has had that happen. And the thing is, you understand how like a drug addict actually feels. It's like you want to taste something else that takes you back to that place that first. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. No, this is exactly like Mira's talking about, like the standard. I don't think this is the standard, Mira. If you don't mind, I will correct you, because the standard, that's all that we want to drink now.
Right.
And I don't think that, to me, it's the benchmark. To me, that's the, yeah, I think, do I have the right definition of benchmark? Like, to me, that's where the high level you hit, like something, holy shit. That's what it is now. I got that with Black Hills when I tasted the new 2018 Nota Bene. It was like, holy shit. Wow. Okay. No. This is over the top. Pearl Morissette, that was that, and even better. So yeah, honestly, Mike, wine of the year so far, and I highly doubt that I'm going to go beyond that this year. I don't see it. I tasted all of the Painted Rock.
Right.
I don't see how it's going to happen, to be honest with you.
We never know. It's going to be fun trying to beat that Pearl Morissette. That's for sure.
That's for sure. And you know what? We had that with the Two Sisters Cabernet Franc this weekend. Not at the same level, though. It was, but not like I'm shaking here. You know?
Yeah.
We just can't stop thinking about it.
Is it too early to talk about orgasm? It's too early, right? I can't start yet.
Let me see. Another 5 minutes.
I think you said something like that. Like it's like sex in a bottle, but not in a sleazy way. Like, what are you trying to say, Carl?
Like that orgasm when you shake, and like She's not. No, I didn't say you. I said you in terms of a person. Like,
Exactly right.
no. I'm not bringing anything like that on screen. No, I'm just okay. It's too early. There
Too
you go.
early, yes.
Too early. We're
Little-
not gonna get there. It's the benchmark of the wow.
It looks like it looks like Mr. Swank is drinking some Pearl Morissette as well, but he's drinking some Riesling.
Yeah, the black ball cuvee, very good. There's to me that Pearl Morissette Riesling. It was a little bit in between the old world, a slight like the texture of Alsace, definitely texture of Alsace with the zingy, zippy acidity of Ontario. That's exactly what I put in my tasting notes. Yeah. So I just want to get back here with because we're going to talk Pearl Morissette in a few minutes.
Okay.
I knew that orgasm thing's gonna. What did she say? What did Vicky?
Karen said she knows what we mean. She gets that kind of thing from Two Sisters, 11th Post. See? So we all have to see, like, so what's your wine, Mike, that you think, oh my, like the one that sticks out as kind of that pinnacle?
Wow, that's a tough question. That's like, I'm a musician. A lot of people ask you, what's your favorite song? It's kind of like, there really can't be a favorite song. I think every experience we have, whether it's going to a concert, drinking wine, having dinner at a special location, it's everything involved. It really makes that, that experience happening. As far as one wine that sticks out for me, I don't think I really have one that said, ooh. I remember having a tasting once. It was at Ledson Winery in Dry Creek, and I remember thinking at that moment, this is the best wine I've ever drank. And it was a Cabernet Sauvignon from Ledson during a tasting. And I probably ended up buying a bottle of that. And, and I just look at that as like a moment in time where it's like the drug addict, like, oh my God, this is so good. This is the best thing I've ever had. And there's got to be more of this or something maybe hopefully better than this that will take me to that place. You know what I mean?
Mike, I love what you're saying. I like the connection there. And I have Daryl here saying Aubryon. Well, guess what? I'm so happy that having a Pearl Morissette at $50, not an Aubryon at $500, to have that that shaking effect of my body. So, Daryl, I'm yes, I'm with you with your Aubryon. I had something pretty special like that also with James Seychelles and Chateau Palmer. Yes, Chateau Palmer, 1982. A private tasting at the Banff Spring Hotel back in 2000, and I'd say 2010 was something pretty unique. But yeah, Aubryon, I don't want to have that because it's just too expensive.
Right. And I want to say that the fact that you paid that much money for it, it has to be a factor as you're sipping it. The there's the sensory, the smell, the palate taste, the color. But the price is also now on top of all that. So
absolutely,
that really forms your opinion, which I don't really think that should be something that forms your opinion. Because there's a $10 bottle of wine out there that's spectacular that we've all run across. You're like, wow, this is $10. How could this be? It's fantastic. You know what I mean? So, but having something else on top of every other sensory thing you have, having that dollar figure up there is. I don't know. It's false. It's false information. I look at it.
Mike, it's pretty hard to not have the dollar figure when you're tasting Mouton Rothschild, right?
Right.
It has to be in a brown bag because if you see the label, definitely the darn dollar sign is flashing like that. Hey, we do have another guest. Mike, are you okay to sharing the screen? I would love to keep you on, Mike, if you're not, if you want to stick around.
Who are we talking to?
Now we're talking with Zola at Mira Family Estate Winery in Okanagan Fall. So, okay, spoiler alert here. We're going to bring Zola in. Spoiler alert, we are featuring Meyer in our next feature on Monday morning. So for you guys, the VIP, gonna get an email tomorrow saying, "Hey, we're featuring Meyer." So we offering 2 packs in one offer. How special is that? Come on, we need to thank Jack and Terry and all the team at Meyer. And I have to thank my wife as well, my business partner, who put a boatload of work. By the way, our team just grew. We just hired our first employee. So we just hired someone to help us to put all of these beautiful data together. Anyhow, we have 10 wines, 2 different packs with Meyer, and there's 4 Chardonnays. So we have Zola here because Jack is away. He's going camping. And you know what? Zola emailed me this afternoon. She said, "I want to drink wine with you guys." And I said, "Guess what? Come on in. We're going to have fun." Zola, welcome.
Thank you, guys. Any excuse to drink Chardonnay with people, right?
Right.
Cheers. So, understandably, I am a piss poor second to Jack Meyer. I'm sure you guys would way rather have him here.
No. I already see him twice this week. No, that's fine.
He's so engaging and gregarious, and yeah, I'll try to do a second. I'll try to throw in a few F-bombs and like that. Then I'll get there. Yeah, two side eyes at people. So yeah.
Yeah, Zola, Mike, if you guys give me 1 second, I need to go get the tribute. Okay, the tribute wine is in my other fridge. Sometimes when you do 26 or 27 wines, you kind of run out of room. So I'll be back in 1 minute. Mira Boucherie, how are you doing on your side?
I have it here if you want me to just hold up the bottle.
No, I need to try it.
Oh.
There. Okay, if you throw some F-bomb out there, Zola, we have people already commenting that they love you already.
Awesome.
So, if you guys don't mind, I want to do a quick prize draw. We're going to give away a couple Gabriel glasses, standard Gabriel glasses, and they are lovely. When Carl gets back, we can hold one up. Have you guys heard of these glasses? Mike's one. There we go. They're the one for all. You can use them for rosé or sparkling or reds or whites. Like everything works because they're kind of engineered to. I think of them like a well planned theater for wine. The acoustics work well. So it's the same with like your nose is able to get the senses out of the glass. Some glasses, like they're too short or too long or something, and you don't get the same experience out of it. So these things are fantastic. We love them. It's $88 for 2 glasses. So you're getting some pretty fancy, awesome glasses. And if I can just share my screen here, I'm going to do a quick little
spin of
draw.
the wheel.
Spin the wheel. So anyone who's left a comment, they're entered, and we're going to keep pulling prizes. We got lots of them. So just give me a sec here and we will
3 glasses. Get your
Derek's asking Mike if you can sing into your glass.
What song do you want me to sing?
Wonderful. Here we go. So click to spin.
One, Henry Chardonnay.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm good. Leslie. There we go.
Congratulations, Leslie.
Congratulations, Leslie Harbinson. I'm going to be following up with you later to ship those to you. Congrats.
I love that. That's great with all the confetti and everything. It's a celebration.
Right?
Wonderful. Right?
So,
you guys do it up right. You guys are like pros.
Yes, they are. Zola, is there a wine name after you? Is one of your wines named Zola?
No.
Okay.
I'm a fairly recent import to the company, but I've been drinking their wines for a long time. So I've had a love affair with these wines for a long time. came for the Chardonnays, stayed for the Pinots.
Ah, gotcha. Dr. Bonnie Henry.
Henry, yeah. So the tribute series every year. So Jack and Janice decided when they bought their first vineyard to do give back to the community. So they honor a Western Canadian tributee every vintage. Decided by committee wine club members, and people nominate people. And who else in 2019 would be nominated except Dr. Bonnie Henry as making an outstanding achievement? So, yeah, we're pretty proud to have her name on here.
And I think
Awesome.
that Jack and Janice are giving like $5,000 to Dr. Henry's foundation of charity of choice as well, right?
Yeah, the tributees always their nonprofit charity or foundation. $5,000 goes to that, and Dr. Bonnie Henry's is the food bank. So a really worthy one right now.
Absolutely. I was talking to Jack. It's about this week, and he said he was pretty controversial when he chose Bonnie Henry, because now with where we're at in term of the pandemic and everything. And he said he got a couple of negative email, but for every negative email, he had pretty much like 20 to 25 wine order because
That's
people wanted to support that.
That's
So,
right.
yeah. And he said that he took the time personally to reply to any of these negative email, telling them to go get a life and stop being such a negative prick. So we had a lot of fun. So.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what, Zola? We just have a suggestion here on our chat box. Daryl is suggesting tribute to Carl Boucherie next year.
Daryl, you nominate Carl.
You know?
We'll see where that goes. Anything is possible.
You never know, Carl.
Hey, I have nothing to do with that. It's just here. We have also another members in Regina, Saskatchewan, Zola, who's drinking the Tribute 2017. So 17 Tribute was Joanie Rochette.
Yeah.
So Joanie Rochette was a figure skater. Am I correct?
She was, and she was the one that competed in the Olympics the day after her mother passed and won a bronze. Amazing fortitude in that woman. So yeah, another worthy tributee. And that wine, the Joanie Rochette, won a double gold at, I believe, Wine-A-Line. So it sold out like fast. So if you have some of that in your cellar, happy you.
There you go. So yes, she's listening. She's live from Saskatchewan. She's been tuning in since the beginning of the show. Her name is Andrea Inachuk. I think Andrea is a wine club member of yours. So
nice. Welcome, Andrea. I'll probably pack your boxes next week.
So
you do everything. So the tribute actually received a silver medal at Chardonnay du Mont. So yeah, stacking up there, one of 4 BC wines. So yeah.
So I have Zola. I do, and mine. This morning I woke up at 5:30 here on our beautiful new house in West Kelowna, overseeing Shannon Lake, and there's the beautiful sunrise. There's a couple deers walking around and having breakfast. Mira's still sleeping. The boys are sound asleep. My in-laws are sound asleep. And what I had to do this morning is to finalize my tasting notes for our feature next week. So
I'm waiting, Carl. I'm waiting.
4 of the Meyer Chardonnays open before 6:30 this morning. Tasting. Oh yeah. Mira woke up at 7. She walked in and she's like, "Tough life, Carl Boucherie."
It's a dirty job. You got to do it, though.
I said, "Hon, can I please have a coffee?"
A fresh palate, right? Like
Yes. So
I like what Mike says. He says, "What'd you say, Mike?"
It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. It's hard work,
right?
You get up in the morning. You get up in the morning. You start drinking. You go to lunch. You start drinking.
Well, that's the thing. Carl doesn't drink. That's the big benefit he has in all of this.
don't
He does
drink.
not take one sip.
You just spit.
So,
I just spit. So, but you know what? It's funny enough because Mike,
Yes.
come on. I would have sleep in this morning. I would have completely sleep in. No, I had to wake up to go taste some Mira wine, Chardonnays, and Pinot Noir. This is a tough life.
It is. It is. Especially with the deer outside on
I know.
Lake,
I know.
breakfast.
I had an
Distracting.
audience. I told them, hey, look away. Like, come on. Like, come on. I tried to focus here. Zola, my point with that, I wanted to ask, because I think the tribute is the one where I feel a little bit more oak than any other of these wine that I tasted today. To me, that tribute is a little bit more on the oak side. Am I correct, or is just me now getting my palate getting tired?
No, you're totally correct. Like the 2020 Okanagan Valley is neutral oak, so you're not going to get much on there. The tribute and the 19 McLean Creek Chardonnay it's interesting actually to get them in the same pack because they are actually the same oak program. But because the terroir is different, the aspect of the vineyard, the drainage of the frost, very, very different wines. So you're tasting the same oak program, but how that Chardonnay takes up that. And I think you were talking before a little bit about how each region has this really special attribute. So this one, the oak presents a little bit first. So using 225-liter Burgundy barrels, that you get that oak on the front, and then you get that nice spicy finish, and then quite a nice soft mid palate. Chris doesn't do a lot of lees stirring, so you don't get that hefty mid palate, but it just sits there nicely and gently on your tongue. So. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. So
I think that you absolutely nailed it with the front palate with the oak. That's exactly it comes first. What I'm noticing with the other one, especially with the McLaren, with the McLean Creek Road vineyard, on the forefront, it's more flinty, a little bit more like wet rock. That's what I get from the get-go, right?
Very much right on the nose and on the palate too, but really lemon curd, ripe fruit. Half the vineyard is down below this beautiful, huge rock wall, so you get this reflective heat that reduces the acidity, and half is a little bit higher elevation, so you're creating that more acidity. Chris blends them. Chris Carson, the winemaker, blends them together after pressing. They get picked at different times, blends them after pressing and fermenting, and you just get that life back in that beautiful, rich lemon curd notes on that wine.
Great. Hey, Mike, when you come in, when are you planning to come and see your brother around here?
As soon as he'll have me. I tried to go there last month, but he just
get a ticket.
Well, he doesn't feel comfortable with me living with him, I guess. Me and my wife moving into his house for a week or whatever. So when I asked him then, I didn't have my first vaccine. We do now. My wife's actually going to get her second one. So as soon as we can do it, we're going.
So
July. I'm going to say July is when I'm thinking. July.
Perfect. I look forward to seeing you.
Yeah, because you should see the sites where Mira is located in Okanagan Falls. It is unique, special, and like the views are incredible. And you talk about like a maybe like what 300 or 400 feet cliff. It's a big rock, like a big cliff in the vineyard. It's right at that base, and when you're sitting on their patio, you're facing that cliff.
The
and
cliff,
on the other side, it's so amazing. So this is one of the places that we're going. We're gonna take you around for at least a day. And OK Falls is one of our destinations. That's for sure.
Awesome. I've been to See You Later Ranch, where they got some really nice views up there as well. Have you ever been
They
there?
got great
Carl?
views up there.
I've never been. I think they are in Summerland. Am I correct?
No, they're
Okanagan Falls.
Oh, they are in
Okanagan.
OK Falls. No, I've never been to See You Later.
It's pretty nice up there too.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we're gonna do a little Chardonnay Pinot Noir. You and me. It's gonna be done. I have a pretty cool itinerary in my head that we can do together.
I can't wait.
Yeah, and Jack and Janice, when they bought that Naramata vineyard that the tribute comes from, they realized pretty quickly that they had to buy a winery. They made the first couple of years off site, and then we're living half time in Canada, half time down in Turks and Caicos. Thought they'd get a pet project vineyard, and then realized it's pretty much a money sink unless you start to ramp up, right? So, and if you ramp up, you got to be there. So you can't do the Russell Crowe, it's a good year, walk through the vineyard sort of thing. So, and he fully admits it. It's like, yeah, we realized we had to get our assets back to Canada and full time. And so then they started looking where's the best place for Chards and Pinots were, because knowing that they wanted to focus on that and bring that level up to the world benchmarks. Okanagan Falls was identified as one of the best places to grow those two grapes previously. So they found a vineyard that was for sale and bought it, and that's where we are now, 11 years later.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a beautiful story. And the wines are very spectacular. We're really excited to get going with that offer this next week. Now I just poured a little bit of the micro cuvee. So I think that micro cuvee Chard is 300 cases produced. It's the selection of the best barrels from the best. Sorry about that. From the best block, correct?
Yeah. So each year, Chris will pick which vineyard specifically for the Chardonnay for the micro cuvee. And I think the Chard gets about 150 cases, so it's a bit smaller. Maybe they ramped up the production in 19.
No, you're correct. 150 cases.
Yeah, the Pinot is 200, but because usually it's a bit of a bigger block. But Chris will pick one for this that he knows will hold and age. This is our one Chardonnay that's under cork. So it's meant to oxidize and age over time, get that real unctuous oxidation in there. He uses the 500 liter punches for this one. So that tight grain French oak.
And
so different oak profile.
And this is from 100% of the McLean Creek Road. So the home vineyard, the vineyard at the base of the cliff, right?
This year is. Each year it changes. So last year, 2018, was from the Naramata property from Old Main Road. But this year is McLean Creek. And I would be tasting that along with you, except my my work cohort, Angela Grant, who does our interior sales, tried a glass before we left, and she didn't put it back in my bag, so it's sitting on the counter.
No.
So I texted her and I just said, well, you might as well enjoy it. So, so cheers, Angela.
When we're talking, I think it's one of the typicity of the McLean Creek vineyard, because just like the McLean Creek Chardonnay here in the micro cuvee, I get that flinty, a little bit of smokiness as well. It's very mineral, and when you get to the palate, that zippy lemon, a little bit of chamomile on the back and the back palate as well. So typical. I'm seeing a trend from that specific vineyard based on flint, wet rock minerality.
Yeah, and there's a salinity in there too. Sometimes I can pick it up, sometimes I can't. That's one that I'm kind of sometimes find and sometimes not. But this one, yeah, Chris says it's always present in there in that rocky soil.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a bit softer. The oak is a little bit more delicate, structured oak on that one. And these ones age beautiful. I think Jack did a 10-year anniversary pouring of the McLean Creek of the Pinots and Chardonnays from that property, and last year or 2 years ago, sorry. And yeah, they're going strong. They're the you say things will last X amount of years, but if you're 11 years old, you don't know if they're going to last 20, but you get a good indication when you try them at 10 whether they're going to keep going or not. And yeah, everything was going beautifully.
I totally get the salt, the salinity that you let. I totally get it. Absolutely. Really, really cool. I love it.
Hey, Carl.
Yes, Mike.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm going kayaking in the morning, so we got to get some stuff packed. But it's been my pleasure hanging out with you guys on International Chardonnay Day. Nice meeting you, Zola.
Nice meeting you. Look forward to hosting you.
All right, me too. I look forward to seeing this.
Mike, thanks for your wealth of knowledge. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for sharing with me. I love what's going on here. And if you need a French accent at some point or anything on one of your show, let me know. I'm all yours.
Thank you very much. I might take you up on that. See you, Mira.
Awesome. See you soon. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, bye-bye.
That is cool. So that's for the micro cuvee. We got the tribute. I was pretty impressed. Let's go backward a little bit. Now we talk about the top dog. We talk about, the flagship. But I thought it was super fun here. This is the Okanagan Valley Chardonnays. Fruit coming from 4 different vineyards. Okanagan Falls, 2 property on the bench. Also from the Anarchist Mountain in Osoyoos. So this is a pretty darn little guy. This little guy is a lot of fun to taste.
Oh my God, yes, yeah. And every year it's a little bit different because Chris makes it just to reflect how that fruit grows in the Okanagan. So you really get a capture of a vintage with this wine because there's no oak notes on there. There's a little bit. I pick up a tiny bit, but it's all neutral oak and stainless on this one. Some years full mallow, some years he leaves the stainless without going through mallow. So it's always got a bit of quite a freshness to it. But yeah, just super easy drinking wine, pairs with so many foods, like Chardonnays do, right? That's why we love them. They go with food so well. So yeah, and for like $22, like such an amazing wine.
That's exactly what I wrote in my note this morning. What a tremendous value. Because you just mentioned these fruits are from high premium quality grapes. Like these, it's not because these grapes are from a grower that you guys don't know or some. No, these are part of your wine program for a long time. But coming out at $22, this wine, I'll drink is price point by a mile. To me, this is a $35 wine almost, and it drinks so well. And when you look at the price, we were joking earlier, just before you get in, about your ha-ha moment, and some people are talking about like Rothschild and Aubryon and all of these big names. Now we're talking about a $22 wine who is absolutely shining. So that's, to me, as a wine guy, as a wine lover, when I get to these value wine, that's where I'm like, yes, I found it,
Yeah, and a lot of people are like, that's their pursuit, is to find the best wine they can for like under $25. So this is definitely one of them. So
it's I was not surprised this morning to find out, to get the quality of the micro cuvee. I was not surprised because I was expecting that. Look at the price. It's a $65 wine. I'm not saying that it absolutely meets this price point. But when you get to this, you're like, wait a minute. This is from the same winemaking facility with that price point. It is just this is so refreshing to get through such an outstanding value wine like that. And 2020 just coming out. We're really excited. I was talking with Terry. Terry said, I didn't even have the chance to try it yet. And people So it's going to be like, I'm really looking forward to showcase that to the members this next week.
Yeah, the thing with this one is it's meant to drink now. Like it's not meant to be like the other single vineyard ones. You'll notice the label is different. It's got the writing with the Meyer name on it as opposed to the M with the cutout. Those are all single vineyard. These ones is the mix of vineyards. They're not structured for a long life, but they're just meant to enjoy now and enjoy fresh. So the other ones change over time. You get those beautiful components coming out. This one, drink it within a couple of years, and drink it, open it on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Good to go, right?
And you know what, Zola, the nose is so pretty.
It's
when you get to these McLean, like you have more of the flinty, it's a little bit more of the geeky. It's more for us, the geek who really. But this is like a little bit mango, a little bit pineapple. There's that tropical fruit. It is super sexy on the nose. It's just like so much fun.
Yeah, and that's just coming from those varied vineyards. So, and not masking it with any oak on there, like Terry's property down in Soyuz. Super warm, so you're getting that tropical notes coming out on there. Some amazing clones on that property actually, and and then up in Naramata, you're getting that brightness and just that combination is wicked.
Did you have the chance to try the rosé just before I let you go? The 2020 rosé.
Oh yeah, I always love the rosé, but the 2020 again I really like it.
2020 is a special vintage, right? So we're all very excited for that. You know what, Zola, thank you so much for taking the time to joining us on a long weekend. This is greatly appreciated. Now, our members know that we are going Meyer Family Estate for our offer on Monday. So thank you very much. Get some rest because we'll try to get you really busy on Monday morning.
Excellent. Look forward to it.
Thank you very much, Zola.
Thanks, guys. All the best.
Thank you. Have a great long weekend.
Thanks, Mira.
Awesome.
There you
Cheers.
go. Woo! That's what a marathon is, eh?
Yeah, but it's a fun marathon. It's a good one.
Isn't it? You remember,
Totally.
you said, Carl, I don't think you're going to have enough guests with 5 or 6 guests. We have another one waiting for us here in the green room. So our neighbor, his neighbor here is waiting for us, Jeff Vandermark. Jeff, how's it going,
Howdy, neighbor? Good. How's the weather on your side of the mountain?
Hey, yes.
Nice.
We're 5 minutes away. Same than you. We got the same wind.
I've got a horrible connection here. Holy moly. How you doing?
Well, you sound good. You sound good.
I sound okay? All right, good.
Yeah, you sound great.
So far, so good. So what are we trying next here, Carl?
This is Jeff's
Get you the
wine.
picture.
This is Jeff's wine, 2019.
19.
Mount Boucherie. Yeah, Mount Boucherie. Original Vines Chardonnay. Hey, Jeff, happy World Chardonnay Day.
Happy World Chardonnay Day to you, too. It's the day I look forward to.
You know, it's my
Awesome.
passion. I really love Syrah on the red side, but there's no other grape in the world other than Chardonnay that gets me so excited. There's many reasons, I think, and as much as you guys are winemakers, Chardonnay gives you so many different options, right? You can it's a neutral kind of grape. It's up to you and your terroir to do whatever you want with it. Am I correct?
100%, Carl. It's always been called the winemaker's grape. It's definitely starts in the vineyard. What you do in the vineyard to the vine and to the grapes, what really kind of sets the framework for that wine. But after we get that wine into tank and we start the process, it's really up. There's probably hundreds of different things we can do to draw out different flavors and just to make that wine taste a little bit more special or a little different from others.
Absolutely. And just to let our people know, Jeff is the winemaker at Mount Boucherie, also oversee the wine program with Rust down in Oliver. But Jeff's background is back east. So Jeff is from Ontario. The first part of the show, I don't know if you tuned in for the first part, but we focused more on the Ontario part early on. So we had Foreign Affair on Oak Chardonnay. We did 13th Street, their regular one, also their Vice Check Vineyard.
Nice.
We did Megalomaniac. We also had, what else did I do?
I popped in and saw Marcel on there.
Yeah, we did the Bellaterra 2016 Blanc de Blanc. So we did a little bit of bubbly with Marcel. Also, we did Carlo Estate. So from Prince Edward County. So I did Carlo 2017.
Nice.
We did Two Sisters on Oak Chardonnay. And also I have in queue here, I have Pearl Morissette, their Cuvée 19e, and older Pelly Island 2017 vintage that I found in one of my box in the corner. I don't know at all. So I'm going to just for fun.
Yeah, that'd be a fun little open for sure.
Yeah,
you have to call me over. I'll take a walk around the block here, and we'll enjoy some on your deck.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think we have enough to please. If Kim and if you guys want to pop over after, absolutely, we can start the fire down by the lake. So it will be.
There we go. There we go. Well, we still can.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah. So now let's talk about your vision. Let's talk about you and Mount Boucherie. When you arrived there, it's already 3 years now, or almost 3 years that you've been around.
Just a little over 3 years for sure.
Over 3 years. So 2019 was your own vintage from the start to finish, correct?
Yep. So 2019 was my first as the head winemaker. 2018 I was there for as the winemaker for Rust. There was the original the winemaker that was at Mount Boucherie when I arrived. He was covering the Boucherie program, and I was doing the Rust program. And then when he left, I took over the reins, so to speak, for both properties. And we're just I'm Chardonnay is definitely in my top 3 white wines, or three favorite 3 white wines. We do different styles of Chardonnay. So the whole idea of the wine that we have, in front of us here, this original vines, is the whole series is dedicated to kind of highlighting and celebrating some of the older blocks we have planted. Carl, you probably know we've got like 200 acres of vines planted out through the Okanagan and Similkameen Valley, and we're pretty proud of the fact that we've got this much really outstanding dirt, really, in the Golden Mile and in OK Falls and the Similkameen, a couple of properties there, and then obviously up at the Mount Boucherie property in West Kelowna, and we've got an ability to blend lots of different blocks of grapes from different vineyards, but we really wanted to, with this particular wine, we wanted to highlight the Chardonnay vines that we had planted in the Lost Horn Vineyard, which is in OK Falls, and that was planted back in 1990. So all of the wines that are grapes that go into the wines for this whole series are all dated back to our oldest plantings, so they would be all in the 80s and the 90s plantings, and a couple as well in the 70s with the Gewürztraminer. But we did a couple of different styles, and we do a couple of different styles of Chardonnay with Mount Boucherie and with Rust. So with Rust, we have an unoaked Chardonnay, real bright acidity and just a really quaffable wine. It actually comes from the same vineyard. It comes from the Lost Horn Vineyard in OK Falls. And then we have our reserve Chardonnay, which comes from the Similkameen Valley. and that's the Boucherie brand reserve. And then that's a fully oaked Chardonnay, meaning that one sits on lees for 6 to 8 months, and then we take it off the lees. We keep it in oak for well over a year, up to probably 16 months. Combination of newer and neutral oak, and then that's the reserve wine. And then this wine is kind of more my style, the kind of wine that I like to drink. And so I've done it's partially oaked. So we have a portion of the wine that we've fermented in stainless steel tank, and portion of it we've fermented in oak. And the portion that's fermented in oak is again, it sits on the lees for about 6 months, maybe 5 months, and then it goes, and then we take it out of the barrel, rack it off, and then put it back into barrel for an additional 5 to 6 months. It's really meant to be a fresh wine, not really a long aging wine. Maybe 5 or 6 years after the vintage. But it's meant to be an oaked wine that you can enjoy right from the get-go. This wine is really kind of cool because we do 2 styles, and one of them is full skin or full cluster fermentation, or full cluster pressing, I should say. And then that's what this one is. And then the reserves is pressed normal, right off the rachis, off the skins. But we get a lot of tannin contact with this wine, so you develop a bit of a nice dry bitterness in the finish, and as well, just like Zola before was talking about the salinity. OK Falls has got a shit ton of salinity in the soil. A lot of rocks. The soil there is kind of an oxymoron. It's not really soil. It's more rocks with stuff around it, looser rock, I guess, around it. It's really kind of fun. It's great for the winemakers. The viticulturalists, they don't really like it, I don't think, too much, because it takes a lot of toll on their equipment in the vineyards. But we certainly like the character that it gives the wines in the bottle.
It's not the favorite for the picker as well. The pickers, right?
Probably not. No, definitely not.
Yeah, you know what? And I can definitely see some connection here that we're like, because now we're talking the Longhorn in the McLean Creek Vineyard. These are not so far apart, the same type of soil, and I can definitely see some connection on the nose as well, with that that wet rock, that flinty. But yeah, the lemon curd in that wine is just so, to me, pinpoint, and it's a precise wine. I really like that one. And I was telling Mira the other day, she was asking me, what would be your Western Canada, one of your favorite? And this one is at least in the top 3. I love.
Would it be orgasmic, Carl? I heard you talking about orgasms earlier, and I had to tune out.
See? Mira, pop it up. Come on here, Mira. We need you here talking about orgasm.
You're hilarious. This is Carl Unplugged.
No kidding.
3 hours in here, yes.
Yeah, he was dropping S-bombs earlier, and
come on, we need to make it interesting here. I didn't want to be like I don't want to be in the box for 4 hours.
Hey, this is a long weekend. It's a long weekend, and it's a long show too. I'm surprised you're even standing at this point.
Come on, Jeff, I'll show you something.
Yeah.
This is my spit bucket.
Let me see how full it is, though. You can hold it up and show, but how full is it?
Oh, it's gross in there, yeah.
Oh, it is pretty gross. Yeah, good for you. So is that what we're going to taste around the campfire later?
No, God's here, okay?
I'm always terrified that he spits into a mug usually, and I'm always terrified I'm going to mistake the mug and just not notice. And
you'll swirl the mug, and
Greg's got
No,
a good
but
suggestion. Carl's Orgasmic Wine Club, the Cow Club.
Yeah, there we
there
go.
you go. COWC. We got it.
There you go.
Well, guess what, Mira Boucher, you're the business partner in that club too. So be careful of what you wish.
Well, Paula makes a good point. Don't waste good wine in the spit bucket, right? So
That's
I
right.
Not too much. Not too
I
much.
just have
But
to be careful.
to be honest with you, Jeff, it's right up there. Like I've been up and down the valley, and it's all about when we're talking about Chardonnay. It's all about style. People will go crazy on the big oaky Chardonnay.
Sure.
I had one from Tinhorn Creek the other day, the Old Field series. I know that Tinhorn, they're reserved, they make great wine, but it was just not for me. It was so oaky. It was almost like banana peel. I'm not the I'm not a rumbauer. I'm not a these California. It's not my style. When we're talking, and you nailed it, and I think it was Clay Martin from BC Wine Review. Clay's our next guest after, but he would say he loves the partial oak. That's exactly my style as well. That's what I love the most. It's when you get some stainless steel, because I love the purity of the fruit. I love the purity of the Chardonnay. When you get me a little bit of texture on top of it, and that I would say not too obvious oak, just something like just a tad to bring some texture and vanilla and spice as well, a touch of toastiness or caramel. I'm all in. So I like both together. So, and I think you give me exactly what I love with that wine. And, and I also a little bit about like, kind of like what Marcel was telling about the sparkling program. It's about the picking as well when we talk about Chardonnay. When you give the go to the crew, it's such the key part of what we're drinking. It's when they got off the vines, I think, to me. What do you think about that? Is it a really key part of the process?
Yeah, I think, I've made wine both in Niagara and in BC, and I think we have different challenges when it comes to when the pick dates are. And with Ontario, it was all about getting the grapes hanging as long as you possibly could, still retaining that acidity, but trying to develop as much ripeness and sugar. And in BC, it's kind of almost the exact opposite. We're doing everything we can to keep the sugar levels lower, and so that we can retain some of that acidity level, and so we end up picking a little bit earlier than we normally would. We've made a real concerted effort at our winery anyway to decrease the alcohol levels that the wines are being bottled at. So you can do it a couple different ways. You can do it the California way of reverse osmosis, or maybe sometimes they call it post fermentation humidification, and so there's different ways you can reduce the sugar or reduce the alcohol, I should say. But we look at it as we have to pick that prime time where the sugar is maybe 22 bricks, 23 maybe at the latest or the longest with Chardonnay. And because I want that wine to come in at 12.5 to 13% alcohol maximum, especially if it's an oaked wine. If you're putting a wine in oak with a higher alcohol, you're going to need, first of all, a little bit more time in that barrel, which means it's going to pull up a lot more. That alcohol will pull out more of the phenolic of the wood, the vanillins, and the different characteristics of the toast. And sometimes you don't want that. I know with our reserve Chardonnay, I'm all about the oak on that one. We want to have it, a big, creamy, buttery, but also oaky, toasty kind of style wine. Maybe some of that Rombauer characteristics you're talking about. But with this wine, with the original vines, we're always thinking about controlling that alcohol and just controlling the oak character to the wine as well, and just maybe getting just a little bit more of the that concentration of flavors versus toast. Toast. Really sorry, Carl. My dog's probably going to bark in about 2 seconds. The neighborhood dog is barking next door, and he's starting to growl. So if it comes out pretty loud, I'm sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. But I'm looking at all of that. You mentioned the alcohol levels. Well, now I'm looking at it. That's what I was doing. And you are at least a full degree lower than almost all of the other one. Everything that I got around here, it's like 14.2 here with single tree, all of the Fraser Valley.
Yeah.
All of the Meyer are at 13.5. The only one who gets closer from you, it's Black Hills. Black Hills is at 12.8, but you are the lowest. Like even here, Ontario, you got some 14% alcohol. So it's a good point. I didn't thought of it, but when you taste it, definitely you can feel that zing. And I think it helps when you keep the alcohol level lower.
I want people to taste. I want to taste the wine, the grape itself. I don't want to taste wood, and I don't want to taste alcohol. I don't want to have to curtail my tasting because there's too much alcohol. It's too boozy, and it's giving me a headache, or I just don't want to. I don't want to have that experience. So I think it's really important. I think actually around the world where everybody's trying to sort of dial it back a little bit. There was that period in the 80s and 90s where alcohols were really, really high. And it's now, it's coming to that point where we want to have these alcohols a little bit lower. And I think, going back to sort of the way it was in the 70s and earlier, where the wines were commonly at 12%, 12.5%. That was just a common mark. I don't know what there he goes. I don't know what happened with with all of a sudden we had to have lots of booze. I just don't get that. But anyway, we're making a conscious effort ourselves to kind of dial it back on our entire program. There's certain grape varieties that we can't, Zinfandel and Syrah, some of those grape varieties are naturally higher in sugar, therefore naturally higher in alcohol. But with our aromatic whites, with our Chardonnays, Sauvignon Blanc, even the Merlot and Pinot Noirs and things, we're trying to keep those numbers down, the percentages of alcohol down.
Hey, speaking about aromatic whites, we got a bottle of your Elder Vicar the other day. And you know what? We're having a bunch of emails from our members. Man, that wine is pretty darn fun to drink. It's just a fun wine. I took it to Rob Hammersley at Black Market. We sat on his patio, and I kind of blind taste him with that. He's like, holy shit, what is that? And like we went out, it's just a fun wine to enjoy. Everyone that I've been across, and my mother-in-law is here right now. They came from the island, and they're Romanian. And my Mira's mom grew up on a Muscat Autumnal vineyard back in Eastern Europe. So she loved the aromatics, she loved the muscats and all that. And she said now that her favorite wine is the Elder Vickers. There's nothing else.
Excellent.
Even the original Muscat Autumnal from Hillside in Naramana, now they got pushed aside. Now it's Elder Vickers, their favorite. So I had to tell you, you're part of the family.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, and tell your mother-in-law thank you very much as well. That's quite a compliment. I really do appreciate that. You know what? That wine is a real fun wine for us. It's we'll talk another time about the modest wines and that whole series of wines. The Elder Vicar by far is probably that wine that we ourselves at the winery just absolutely love to drink, because it's dangerous. It's just so aromatic and it's got a slight residual sugar to it, just enough to sort of keep it fresh and fruity, but it does have some zippy acidity as well to clean it off for the summertime, and you're not sitting there with one of these things, but it's a real fun wine to drink, and you know what, it's actually a really fun wine to make. We do that wine as a field blend. We do it as a bring all the grapes in at the same time and process them all at the same time in the same vat. And it's the whole process for it is kind of gone back old world, old school, and kind of peasant wine. But we like to have fun with it anyway. But thanks for bringing that up. But I know we're talking about Chardonnay.
Oh yeah, but before because Mira, when we went to do the video at the winery, we had a sip of the Modest Wine Rosé, and Mira pointed out to me that like this is like just a fantastic, easy-going rosé, like another dangerous one for the summer. Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That one. It will see some time up on my my deck here, and I'm hoping you guys come over to enjoy some of it as well, because it is definitely it's a dangerous wine to be drinking. It's so fresh, and
I know gorgeous. It goes down, and she said she really enjoyed it. Even like we had both the regular Boucherie rosé and the Modest wine, and she preferred. Mira personally really went with the I like the regular Boucherie because of the Zweigel personally for me, but Mira really went with the Modest wine. She said that was one of her favorite rosé of the 2020 so far.
Oh, awesome. Good stuff.
Hey, I have a few questions from members here who are tuning in. Someone I lost the comments. I can't remember from who. Sorry. It's about Viognier. Do you guys make a Viognier? And if so, is it oak or unoak?
We don't make a Viognier, actually. We do make we've got a whole bunch of different wines that we make, but Viognier is not one of them. We purchased some Viognier grapes a couple of years back as a blender for to go into some Syrah. But we've never
co-fermented.
What's that? Sorry?
A small amount co-fermented.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it was a real successful Syrah. I think you've had it before. But no, as a standalone wine, we don't make that one. There's a lot of really good producers of Viognier here, and we leave it to them.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we had some comments more than question. Some people are commenting about the art on the old, original vine label. I said that was a really cool label, so people really enjoy that.
Yeah, it's a it was created by actually we went to a couple of different label printers, label makers. And the one that we chose for this particular one, they were doing the artwork in-house as well for something. They offered the service of doing artwork in-house. And one of their graphic designers came up with this. We talked about wanting to have what his representation was of a gnarly old grapevine. And this was the design that he came up with. We kind of in our head sort of had more that classic, vine looking one. It actually looked like a vine. And he says, no, this is, to me, and I'm not sure, but he might have been doing some mushrooms or something when he made the label. But to him, it was the way that the bark and everything turns in that gnarly vine, and it's really taken off. Like, we just love it. It stands out so much on the shelf.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a real gorgeous package. Like, I just love it. It's one that it's solely for the original Vine series.
And with the wax top, like it makes it like big and bold, and it's just like stand out really, really much. I just sent, by the way, I went to the winery and I sent one to Marcel. Marcel likes to do some staff training with BC Wine, so I often send some package, and I send him one of your Merlot Cap Franc original vines.
Oh, nice.
So I'll make sure to report to you when he does the little tasting with his staff. Beautiful.
Yeah, that wine as well. That one comes from the OK Falls as well.
Okay.
We're doing, that's a real gorgeous wine. It's a big one though. Holy moly! It's it's a wine that's definitely we're putting down for a while. We're not. I haven't even opened a bottle of the wine. The couple of bottles I got, I'm not going to drink that for a couple of years.
You laid that for a couple of years, eh?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm really loving that Chardonnay. I have to say this, I'm so far with the number that I have opened, the one that I have tasted, it's still on my top. I love the bright lemon acidity. And I love the minerality. You're right up there, Jeff. This is spectacular. I love it.
Well, thank you very much, Carl. You've got quite the collection of Chardonnays in front of you or behind you, and apparently taking over your entire world in the kitchen too. But
you should have seen my mother-in-law's face when I was emptying the fridge this afternoon, and she's like, "What are you doing?" As I need place for the wine, and she got to turn around. Right. She asked my wife, "Is it normal? What's going on here?"
Yeah, this is just a Friday night at the Boucherie's.
I'm having some friends over.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very good.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us. I'm wondering, Carl, does it make sense to do the draw for the Mount Boucherie, the macerated cherries, and some other pantry items? We're going to throw together a little Mount Boucherie pantry items. What's the story with those? I mean, did you guys
look when I got that to your store the other day when I went to get a few things? So
fantastic. So that's our modest butcher or modest market, it's called. So for those of you who haven't been to the winery or haven't heard the story a million times, we opened up a brand new wine experience center this past year, and the key element of this, besides the tasting bar, and it's an absolutely beautiful view from that tasting bar, but one of the key things is we have this beautiful dining room upstairs called the Modest Butcher, and so we have the Modest Butcher, which is a chop house style restaurant, and then downstairs beside the retail shop we have the Modest Market. So a lot of the steaks that are available and meats that are available in the restaurant, the chef has got them curing in some salt chambers down in the Modest Market, which are available for anybody to come and buy. So you can go and pick your tomahawk steak, or you can go and pick your T-bone or whatever, and then take that home. And then beside that, we have all homemade, not homemade, but house-made items like the maraschino cherries. We've got little pickled items, pickled onions, and that sort of thing.
Some clothes, like some T-shirts and hats.
Yeah, the usual kind of the T-shirt, the fun T-shirts, and we've got this great one that I wore. I got my my vaccination shot 2 days ago, and we sell this one T-shirt there. It's our label, which is a banner kind of with all labels, letters all scrambled up on it, but it inside hidden in there is "fuck COVID," and that's what the T-shirt has. And so I wore that the other day to get my shot done, and the nurse there thought it was hilarious when she saw that. But those are some of the things that we have at the Modest Market, and we handmade soaps. Where there's a local soap maker that she made using some of the wines we have. There's all kinds of things. It's always changing. The chef's always making things in-house that he's canning and putting out for sale, and it's a great little spot to pick up some cheeses and stuff too.
Mira, how about you tell Jeff the experience that we have at the Modest Butcher with Jesse bringing grapes to the kids?
That was so sweet. Yeah, last summer he brought out some Chardonnay grapes, actually.
Oh yeah.
Taste, yeah, just a tiny little cluster, but they loved it.
Nice.
Yeah, really neat.
That's the fun thing, when you come around harvest time, and I'm sure it's the same with most wineries, but you're able to be right there when those grapes are coming in, and if you're lucky enough, we often will bring the clusters of grapes that we're processing that day. We'll bring clusters of them into the tasting bar, and people can taste them up in the restaurant, and in the tasting bar you can taste the grapes that we harvested that day. So it's kind of a cool thing. Anybody who's been out to wine country during harvest, it's a pretty special time.
It's all about the experience, right? And it doesn't take a lot for the staff to do these little things to make people feel part of the experience. And it's the whole circle. And when you get attached emotionally to a product, to a brand like that, it just needs these little steps to have people connected with you. And you got the fan for life after that.
Yeah.
So it's so much part of the experience, and you guys do it very, very, very well.
Yeah, that's why we named it the Wine Experience Center. We didn't want to name it, the winery or the tasting bar or the whole building is called the Mount Boucherie Wine Experience Center, and that's what we hope to do. We hope to give everybody an experience. We want them to have an amazing, if they're from out of town, they can stay at one of our guest houses. We've got 3 beautiful guest houses on property. You can come and stay in one that's it's got a fully stocked wine cellar that you can go in, and you're more than welcome to pick whatever you like. You got to pay for it, of course, but there's everything from what some of our wines through some of the greatest wines in the valley, along with some real benchmarks in the world. Chateau Petrus is one of them that we have in the cellar.
Are you kidding me? Seriously?
Oh no! Oh yeah, absolutely. And you just
that's cool.
Yeah, it's like a mini bar, but for rich people. And in the same house, there's upstairs there's kind of a small little disco area that's got a karaoke. It's a karaoke room with a big screen and the sound system. It's incredible. There's a golf simulator, beautiful golf simulator in one room, and it's just those rooms are absolutely gorgeous. So if you come up to the winery and you want to stay at a guest room, you're more than welcome to do that. Come to the dining room for dinner and go to the tasting bar and have a nice taste. Go out in the field and have a picnic, and we've got everything going on at the winery. So
Jeff, you forgot one thing. You forgot the view.
The view.
Yeah. The view is breathtaking. It's one of the most beautiful places in the whole valley. So.
Yeah, like what, every place you go to, every time you turn, you're discovering that, I'm sure now. You turn a corner and there's a new mountain you've never seen, or there's a new section of the lake, or somebody's built a beautiful house onto a bluff, or there's just all kinds of just incredible views everywhere. We feel pretty fortunate that that the view coming from the winery, when you're sitting there having dinner or a tasting, you're looking out across the lake, and we see Summerhill in the distance. We see Cedar Creek and Martin's Lane across the way. There's wineries everywhere, vineyards everywhere, and the view is spectacular.
That's
Jeff,
amazing.
always so much fun spending time with you. Thanks for being with us. Mira's going to click the wheel here. We're going to have the macerated cherries from Mother's Butcher here as a draw.
This is like Wheel of Fortune. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's exciting. Gail.
There you go. Gail Butler. There you go, Gail.
Yay. So Gail was on with us a little earlier.
So
fantastic.
Congrats, Gail.
Congratulations.
It's called the Summit Cherries, and they were canned on December 10th. So here you go.
There you go. And made with a syrup made from our Summit wine.
There you go. I didn't mention either that the Summit Room is probably the most beautiful private tasting room for a group in the whole valley. This room is very, very, very special. I have some idea. I would like to organize a couple of blind tasting competitions, maybe like a couple Canadian wines with some international wine in there. Maybe
absolutely.
Mira and I kind of brainstorm about that, and that's the room that we came up with. We would like to. This is one of the most beautiful.
It's a great idea. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Thank you. It's a great idea. The building is. I keep going on and on about it. The building is spectacular, and every time every room has got something neat and interesting in it, and chandeliers, light fixtures. I'm not an interior designer, but whoever did that design did an amazing job. It's breathtaking, really.
My kids
Yeah.
last time we went there, they asked me if they can play video game on the screen in the summit room.
In the wintertime, sometimes you might catch us playing a little golf simulator on that too.
You know what? Kimberly told me about that. I knew about this one.
Yeah, yeah.
That's great.
We could definitely set up Mario Kart.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for your time. I'll text you
Thanks,
after
guys.
if you want to swing by. I have a few bottles open.
Sounds good. We'll see what we
Just a
have
few.
in store. Yeah, just a few. Perfect.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, guys.
Have a great night. Nope.
We have another guest here waiting in the queue. We have it's awesome. Like, I love that. Tonight is one of my favorite night ever. I have Sam Hawk, Sam the wine teacher, just tuning in. Good evening, Sam. How are you doing?
Oh, we gotta unmute you. I'm not sure if I can do it. I think you've got to do it.
If I do this, remove from stream, unmute, boom, aha! There you go. Sam, good evening. Can you hear me now? The wine teacher, just tuning in. Good evening, Sam. How are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, now I can. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, the last
I'm not sure if I can do it. I think you've got to do it.
the last couple of minutes with Jeff, it was like 3 voices all going at once. A lot of overlay.
There you go. Yeah, okay, I can see it. Just 1 second, Sam.
The last couple of minutes with Jeff, it was like 3 voices all going at once. A lot of overlay.
So everything is jumbled up. You have an idea? Just 1 second, Sam. I can't hear you.
How's that?
I'm just wondering. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the one to log in with and the Facebook open at the same time, so that was probably the problem. Bonjour, the two of you.
Sam, how are you?
Bienvenue a Kelowna.
Merci, mon ami. Merci.
Welcome
oh my
to
God.
Paradise.
What a journey. What a journey. It's been a heck of the last 2.5 to 3 weeks. Were pretty crazy. So yeah, but we're here, we're settling in, and even better now, we have help. Mira's parents just arrived from the island. So, traveling to help a family member moving, it's one of the essential traveling reasons. So yeah, we have a little bit of help with the gardening and setting up stuff. And tonight, with our 4-hour crazy idea of a Chardonnay marathon, helping with our 3 kids, it's How are you doing, Sam?
Doing fabulous. I've been up here about a year and a half, roughly, and there's not a day that goes by that we don't feel blessed. It's just, it's good for the soul.
Isn't it? Hey, it feels so real. It feels so connected. I would say that's how I feel in the last few days. And Mira and I always have the same chat at night. Is it for real?
Don't worry. It's only going to take, I've been told it'll take several years, maybe 5 or 10 before that wears off. Maybe.
Hopefully it's never going to wear off. Hey, Sam, I have here a beautiful lineup of wine. I think right now I am at that level. That's where I'm at right now. Should we do the Painted Rock Chardonnay?
Oh, that's lovely.
What would you think of that?
I think it's a very good choice. I wish I still had some in my cellar. I went down today and I took a little picture and was, to mention your program here. And I had a couple from Meyer family. I had the McLean Creek. I had the tribute to Bonnie Hendry. I had La Stella, Cedar Creek, Mirabelle, the Marcus Ansem, Lightning Rock, which, are you familiar with Lightning Rock?
They've been great. They're following us on Instagram a lot. They really like to tune in. I have not tasted anything from them yet, but it's just a question of time because I really want to get through it and do something with them.
Well, they're about 15, 20 minutes down the road from you.
So are they in Pete Summerland or?
Yeah, they're in Summerland, and Jordan Kubek and her husband are running it. And Jordan used to do the sparkling program for Okanagan Crush Pad.
Ah, okay, that's her background. Okay, there you go. Sam, how about, because we have members from all across the country right now, and how about you tell a little bit, some of our members, your background and where's your passion for wine and for Chardonnays coming from?
I went into my career was teaching, taught at elementary and middle school, and a buddy that I met in university. We became very good friends, and we've been friends ever since. And at the time I was beer making, and he was making wine. He liked my beer. I liked his wine. We said, well, I'd like you to teach me wine making. He said, yeah, you teach me beer making. So that kind of started things off. We never did get around to making beer. We made wine to start with. And after a few years of that, I got involved in a winemaking club that had some extremely talented people. So that really brought our skill set way up. And after a few years of that, I got interested in judging wine. So I joined the BC Guild of Wine Judges. And so winemaking for 25, 30 years, and in the Guild of Judges for about the same.
Wow, that's an interesting background. Wow, tell me a little bit more about wine judging, because that's a part that it's really attract me personally as well. Since I started to do some wine writing and reviewing and scoring and all that, I've been talking with a few people who are judged, and it's something that's been attracting me a lot. What is some of the biggest wine competition that you've been into lately?
Well, with COVID and that, not too much. There used to be a lot of home winemakers in the province. There's, I think, 9 different clubs. And, you know, some people hear home winemaker and they're thinking it's awful, horrible stuff. And sometimes it is, but there's a lot of people that have embraced it and, you know, really did a lot of learning and making fabulous wines. As a matter of fact, a lot of the winemakers that are here in the Okanagan, and that's how they started out. You know, making wine at home. They thought, hey, you know, we're doing pretty good. Let's jump in with both feet. So we used to do about 9 competitions a year with that. But as far as commercial competitions, I think it was 5-6 years ago, I was down at Hood River, Oregon for the Northwest Wine Summit. And the one that I really liked the best was I got to judge with the Lieutenant Governor's Wine Awards the very last year that it was held in Victoria. And the whole format has changed somewhat since then. But I was sitting there judging with many people. Sid Cross was there, John Schreiner, Tim Pawsey, several other people. And the heavy lineup. It was an amazing experience, and the process we used was quite a bit different than what we normally do in wine competitions. That's
really intriguing me, and it's something that I would really like in the future when the boys are growing up a little bit and we'll have a little bit more time in our hand. That's something I would really like to push, because, you know, for the palate and it helps putting your thought on paper as well and comparing wine through wine. It's an amazing exercise, right?
It is. You know, I think one of the things that for people when they first start out, it is you need to kind of leave your taste at the door. Just because you like something doesn't necessarily mean that it's good quality. And that's so part of that is tasting a lot. and learning that, say, a wine like Chardonnay, it can be bone dry, lean, austere, as the wines of Chablis, particularly in former years, used to be, or it can be rich, round, buttery, the whole California experience, and it can be pretty well anything in between. Certainly, some wines are better quality than others. You might like the better quality, you might not. But it is fair to say, you know, in competitions, yes, some wines are better made than others.
Yeah, you know, it reminds me because I was the wine consultant for WestJet Airlines for many years, and it's the same thing. You know, when you start for an airline like that, it's not about what I like. It's not, you're not filling airplanes with your style of wine. It's about what's gonna be pleasant for a wide variety of different type of people, right? So it's not about my taste. It's not about what I like. It's about the other people who are going to be sitting here, the 5 million people who are going to be traveling next year with the airline. So it's a completely different thing. Absolutely. It's a difference of mindset.
Well, I wish I'd traveled on one of those flights where you chose the wines, because I most times on planes now I say, no, thank you. I'll have sparkling water.
When we started with WestJet, that was when they were planning to start their Economy Plus program. So prior to that, it was Gallo Merlot and Sonoma Crest Chardonnay. That was the two wines. And to be honest, it was so hard to get these two listings out of the airplane. We got suited. We had trouble. Like, it was because for Intervine, who was at that point, they were supplying these little bottles for it was something very precious for them, and they didn't want these wines to go anywhere, but no one wanted to drink them. So yeah, it was a heck of an experience. I really enjoyed that part. So anyhow, let's talk about Painted Rock. You know Painted Rock. We know John Skinner. We know what he built, like not only the empire, but like the iconic winery in such a short period of time. What he built with Painted Rock, it's something pretty unique, right?
It is. And you know what I think's amazing, when I first was there and talking actually to their winemaker, before that beautiful new tasting room was built, they just had that big garage out there. And, you know, I was tasting these reds and I'm like, so do you have other vineyards down south? Because these wines were big and bold. And the general rule of thumb is, you know, to get a really big red, you've got to be south of McIntyre Bluff. So it's pretty well just all over Nasuias. And he said, no, these are all estate grapes, but they just have such a unique patch of ground. They've got that nice slope. They face the west. They'll get the afternoon sun shining onto the lake, reflecting up onto the vineyards, and their wines are amazing.
The airflow that they kind of like, the natural design of the airflow made such a big difference. This is such a unique success. And it's so interesting when you talk with John and he's talking with his experience overseas with some of the Jensis Robinson of the world and the big names in the wine industry. I can sit down and listen to John for hours. He is such an entertaining personage. And he was with us with Carl's Wine Club for an hour a couple of weeks ago, telling the stories to our members. And I told him about the Chardonnay, the World Chardonnay Days. He said, you need to come to the winery. We'll give you a tank sample from our new vintage. And we've got so busy with the move that when I called him up, I said, can I come? He said, Carl, we bottled yesterday. I'm like, I missed the tank sample of the 2020. And Lauren emailed me. He's like, we're sold out of everything. I'm like, come on, you must have one bottle of Chardonnay somewhere kicking around. And I finally, yesterday, I zipped down to the winery. She said, I got you a bottle of 2019. So that's what we're having. To be honest with you, it's my first time tasting Painted Rock Chardonnay. I've never tried their Chardonnay before. First time. It is big. This is a big. This is a ballsy Chardonnay. Oh,
We got down there, I think it was in September, and dropped in. I was actually just showing Anita the winery because we hadn't phoned ahead or anything, and just drove up there. And it was the first time I'd actually seen their new building. So we pulled into the parking lot, and just as we're closing up, another car zips in, and it was John Skinner. So we talked for a minute, and he's like, well, come on. I said, we didn't make an appointment or anything, but it wasn't very busy. So I said, oh, come on, we're going to go outside, and, tasted a few. And I went back in to buy a case, and I couldn't quite because it was like, Chardonnay, sorry, it's all gone.
Rosé,
all gone. And this year, I saw Lauren Skinner post that when they released it, and I think it was at 10 o'clock one morning, you had to be, online, and it's 6 minutes.
6 minutes. It was insane. It was insane. I know. It was right the week after our feature, and I saw that I saw on Sunday night the tweet. Our rosé is going live tomorrow morning, and the morning after, like, sorry, 6 minutes later, sold out. Oh my God.
There's a story I wanted to tell when you asked me to come on here tonight, and I just thought I'd answer your questions and that. But then I was reminded of something I did a few years ago I want to share with you. I had always been such a fan of the better quality BC Chardonnays. And I've got a friend, and she's a Chardonnay freak, and has lots of money, so she buys high-end wines. And I mentioned to her, I said, I would like to select maybe 2 really good BC wines and try them up against a really highly rated Montrachet. So she says, I know, I'll go pick something out. And so we're supposed to be 3 wines, 2 BC and the French. But that summer I was up here and I tasted other wines. Oh, I want to include this one. Taste another Chardonnay. Oh, I want to include this. So it turned out we had 9 wines, 8 were from BC, and 1 was French. We had wines, 2 from Little Engine, 2 from Checkmate, 2 from Meyer, 2 from Privado. I could have had a lot more. And then we had the French. My expectation was, as good as our BC wines are, that the Montrachet would just be at a little higher tier, a little more subtlety, finesse, and elegance. I was wrong. We did a blind tasting. We had 6 people, 2 wine judges, a senior product consultant from the liquor store, and 3 people that are just absolute wine geeks, especially Chardonnay. And tasted them blind. No one could pick out the French wine. None of them. And, when you have wines that quality, it was really hard to say this is best, this is second best, etc., because it was like splitting hairs. And then some people found they had more of a preference if it had a little bit more oak forward, and they really liked the Little Engine, and others leaned more toward the Checkmate because it was a little more elegant, subdued, harmonious, and everybody liked, all of the wines we had were somebody's favorite. What was interesting is I collected all their sheets because I just asked them to rank them. And some people said, well, I like this one the best, but if the second best is a lot cheaper, I would definitely, it was just such a small little margin. Yeah. And no one picked out the Montrachet as their favorite. None at all. So, the thing is, when we see wines like Little Engines up there, in the 50s, 60s, and Checkmate is into the 125, and people say, oh, 125 for a BC wine. Who do they think they are? This is crazy. Well, it's not my everyday bottle of wine for sure, but if you're comparing it to international wines, they can play with the best of them.
Sam, when we're talking about like Nicolas Catena Zapata, one of the top of the Argentinian wine producer, when you look at their bone ash or their white bone vineyard, it's $125 to $140 wine. Guess what? If you put that side by side with the Checkmate or that, they are at the same level, same price point. Rumbauer now is a very mediocre wine. Rumbauer it's what, $65 on the market now. It's the exact same price of the Little Engine Gold Chardonnay. And there's a big difference in quality right here. So that's my answer to people who say, oh, I'm never going to pay $100 for a Canadian Chardonnay. But you will pay $150 for a Montrachet that you don't even know if you don't have the right Montrachet to compete with that 100-point Checkmate. So I stipulate, and I commented myself at the beginning of the show. I mentioned it twice. I believe that we have the best wine producing Chardonnay region in the world. I do believe it. I do. I know that there's the place called Burgundy out there. I know it. I know that we don't have the culture of Burgundy. We haven't produced wine for 500 years like Burgundy does. But guess what? Our quality of Chardonnays are world class, and I truly believe that. And what you just mentioned, I'm not surprised, and I'm so happy to hear it, so people don't think I'm a lunatic out there, and I'm drinking the red Kool-Aid. So no, I believe it. I truly believe that we have one of the top, if not the top, Chardonnay producing region in the world.
Well, people say, "What's your favorite wine?" And if it's good, I like it. But probably I would have a bit of a preference for Chardonnay and Pinot Noir, as long as they're really well made. And are you familiar with the BC Pinot Noir celebration?
No, I'm not.
Okay, it didn't happen last year, and I think if things relax, it should be happening this year. I've attended, I think, 3 of them, and it's nothing but Pinot Noir, all BC, and they have like a screening panel, so people will enter their wines. And what this panel does is to try to have wines that are representative of different regions. So on Vancouver Island, you're going to get a much different type of Pinot Noir than you are from, Naramata Bench. Okanagan Falls is a little different. So and that's why it wasn't a competition. It was a celebration to say, here are all these different styles of Pinot Noir. And the one that really stands out in mind is they had invited Stephen Spurrier here for that week, and he spent some time touring around the Okanagan, trying different wines. And then he was at this presentation, and right when we broke for supper, they gathered everyone together, and Jack Meyer was speaking, and David Patterson from Tantalus, and then they brought up Stephen to speak. And these are not his exact words, but it was kind of like he looked around the audience and he says, "You people don't have a clue, do you?" And we're like, that's not a very nice way to start things off. But then he said, "You are sitting on some of the finest dirt on the planet." He said, "Your wines have improved dramatically. You still have a ways to go, but the conditions here are so good." He said, "It won't be long before you rival Burgundy when it comes to Chardonnay and Pinot Noir."
And it's from like one of the best in the world. Yeah. And God bless his soul. And he was like one of the best. And his word, like hearing that, and we believe it, but coming from an outsider, it's very, very special. I was tasting this morning the Old Block Pinot from the McLean Road vineyard of Meyer, the new 2019 vintage. If you tell me that this wine cannot compete with any Burgundy of Pommard or of Côte de Nuit. Guess what? It can. This is a world-class big boy Pinot Noir. This is outstanding.
But you know, our wine industry has such a short history. You know, it's 30, 40 years, depending upon where you start, you know, that we may start making better quality wine. So we have come such a phenomenal way in a short period of time. We don't have hundreds or thousands of years of, you know, knowing the land and you know, which grapes grow where the best. But we have come so far, and it's just people here having to be convinced that we are truly world class. And you know, with the Guild of Judges, we were doing blind tastings 10 out of 12 months of the year, so I get still to taste a lot of international wines. And there's some that I used to really quite enjoy, but I find I'm kind of developing the equivalent of cellar palate. And you know, for a while I just thought I was getting a bias. I needed to try more international wines, but I've come to the conclusion that it's just good taste. Our wines are that good.
And you know, and there's a diversity of grapes that we have here, like that's no other region. Like now we're producing outstanding Cabernet Franc. Our Syrahs from the south of the McIntyre Bluff are more than world class. Like they are at the top. I was talking with Ross Wise the other day. We had like 2 hours talking Syrahs together. I said, Carl, quit saying that the Northern Rhones are better than here. We have the best Syrah growing region in the world. And you know what? This is another proof. Our Chardonnays, our Pinot, and like I don't believe that there's another region of Pinot Gris who grows better than around here. So there's so many great things that we can do. Our soil are so versatile. Then yeah, like we are right up there, and it's such a privilege to be right into it now for us.
Well, I think some wine tourists come and they see CC Grade or Bacchus or Kerner or Ortega, and they've never heard of these things. So you don't get those in many places in the world. But then we do all the big, you know, Merlot and Pinot and Syrah and everything else. But then we've got those people, especially down south, that are experimenting with Touriga Nacional, Tannat, Arnay. You know, there's not much that I don't think we can do if you find exactly the right location for it.
Feels like you were talking Mooncursor here. I was online last night with the owner and the winemaker, and we had the Arnais, and we did the Tannat Syrah, and we did the Touriga Nacional as well. So with a small little group. So yes, I was completely impressed with their Arnais. Like oh my God, it was like just so well made. And you're talking about like that typical Piemonte, and like how it's showcased, it was absolutely wonderful.
I think I probably talked too much, and you probably have another guest waiting in the wings.
I think I have Clay Martin from the BC Wine Reviews is going to come and join us. But yeah, thank you so much, Sam. I'm glad and hope that now we're neighbors almost, and we need to get together because sometimes it will be great to share some of your thought. And if we have some good wine open, I would like to share with you.
I might have to clean up my cellar. I'm embarrassed to show it to you right now. Too many boxes stacked all over the place.
Well, we just moved, so we're in the same boat. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sam. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Thanks for your time. Cheers and happy World Chardonnay Day.
Happy World Chardonnay Day.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Bye-bye.
Mira, are you ready for a glass of wine, or you took a pretty
I still have some of the pours you gave me. There's like wine all around me. I mean, geez, you're pouring these big pours. It takes me a while. Did you already crack the Pearl Morissette?
It's cracked, but it's not tasted yet.
Yeah, because that's what I'm really looking forward to tasting. And I have to tell you, I mean, you said you'd go to about 8. It's 22. How many more wines are you going to taste?
I don't know. There's no way that I'm going to taste them all. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Like, I told you we got too many guests, you know?
Oh, blame it on the guests. All right. Well, let's do a rapid fire ones. Let's do rapid fire. What I want to know is, because you see me, Carl, the way I rate wine. I've only been drinking wine for a year, but I tell you, do I like it or not? And how many glasses would I drink if I wanted to, right? So is there some way to distill your amazingness? Because Carl, you're so thoughtful when you do your wine tasting. It's incredible. You pull out these sensory descriptions, and then I'm like, yeah, I see that. I don't know how you put the words to it so quickly. It's amazing. But is there some way to do a Carl version of that, like rapid fire? Like,
is there any rapid fire with me? Okay, let's try it. Okay, we'll have our friends Clay just enter the green room. I'm gonna go give you the cream of the crop here. Okay, I'm gonna deliver the Daryl, I thought you were gone. Okay, I'm gonna bring you the cream of the crop here. Okay, I will sit down. I will have one bite of pizza, and let me stand up. And I will crack as many as possible, and we'll do a rapid fire.
Okay, and we'll let Clay in just 1 second here, right after we do our quick little draw. So let's do a draw. Let's do it for a box of carrot chocolates. I don't know if you guys have seen this. They're out of Kelowna. They started at Mission Hill Winery in the basement, and they make these just outrageously delicious chocolates. They pair really well with some bubbly or something like that. This is the little storefront. It's just the cutest place. So you get a box of chocolates. Okay. So let's see here. Who's going to get this lovely box of chocolates? Dun, dun, dun. Miss George. Okay. She was on earlier. So I'll have to track down this Miss George. And if you're still on, let me know, because it'd be great if you can message me so I can get you this box of chocolates sent out. Congrats. Congrats. Thanks, guys. All right. Clay, I'm bringing you on. And you'll have to wait 1 minute for Carl's intro to you. Oh, he's on his way. All right. Here we are. Clay,
Hello.
Can you hear us? Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well, actually. I'm awake for the second time today.
Yeah, because you got strep throat.
You miss so many things during a COVID year, and one thing I didn't miss was getting sick.
Yeah.
Everybody's been so healthy all year. We walk, we eat well, we don't see anybody, so we don't get sick. Sure enough, first time I see somebody, I get sick. So,
jeez,
yeah.
Well, good thing it wasn't COVID or something.
COVID, right?
You know.
Yeah. We've had that go around the family too. So we're we're doing well, and we actually cracked a little bit of Chardonnay. Johanna is here with me.
Hey, Joanna.
Hello, everybody.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You guys are in Osoyoos, or you were in Langley?
We're in Langley. I had to come down and see a doctor. You were too banged up, eh? Yeah, it was package me into the back seat and drive me down and take me into the doctor. I'm feeling better today, so we're doing good. I'm happy that we got in for International Chardonnay Day. I'm a little bit tough to follow Sam. Oh my gosh, how much information has that man got in his head? That's he was quite a guest.
Awesome. It is the first time that I've been connecting with him, and wow, he's fun.
Yeah, he lives up north by our where my parents live. Actually, I'm pretty sure he's up in Lake Country, because he gets spotted every once in a while near our parents' place. So I'm pretty sure we've seen him. He just hasn't seen us.
There you go. We have just so you know, Clay, Remy McLaughlin is on now. He's saying that he's taking screenshot.
Remy, here you go. Here's me drinking
Renee
white
drinking white wine. There we go.
And now it's been immortalized. We had Clay drinking. There you go. Are you a wine club member of the La Stella Le Vieux Pin, Clay?
Yeah, we've.
Yeah.
I think this is our first or second wine club. Severin makes the most incredible wines. This Chardonnay is the only Chardonnay in my house at the moment. I'm embarrassed to say, but I do have 4 bottles of it. I kind of like the lack of oak. It's just got a little, just a touch. I'm not sure how much they put into oak barrels or how much is in stainless, but it's mostly stainless, I think.
A little bit like the style that the original vines at Mount Boucherie is doing. Just a small portion is touch oak. There's a lot of stainless steel, so it's really my favorite style as well. So
yeah. It's very crisp. I grew up in an era of California Chardonnays coming up, and you could chew on a piece of bark, and then wash back a little wine and a little bark and a little wine. It was it was too much. It just the cardboard era, and it was too much.
Mira, did you just had a sip of the Pearl Morissette?
I couldn't help myself. Oh my gosh, Clay. This is the wine that we have been dreaming about for like a month since we tried it.
That's an oak Chardonnay. I can tell by the color.
Oh yeah, yeah. This one
and unfiltered, so you can see it's
beautiful.
a little bit foggy. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are now in West Kelowna, yeah?
Yes, we're on Shannon Lake now, so we're almost in Peachland, to be honest. Like we're at the tail end of the West Bank. So yeah.
Well, I think what we're going to need to do is I'll start in Osoyoos and you start in the west side, and we'll kind of meet in the middle. I think we're going to need a room by the time we get there, or you can drive because you don't have to.
Hey, you know what? I can drive. That's a no problem there. So we can go to you, and you know what? My kids really like your dog. So if your dog has he showed last time that he has a strong stomach.
Oh God, did you cook that? I thought Mira cooked that. We had a great meal.
No, that was Carl.
Give me credit.
We were so disoriented, Clay, because we hadn't seen anyone for so long. We'd forgotten how to,
forgotten how to entertain, right?
Guest. Yeah. We were just totally discombobulated. Like, whoa, we're allowed to gather outside with someone, and
I know.
Hey, I have a question, non-Chardonnay related, Clay. Have you tried Daniel's these 2 new rosés?
Oh my gosh, have I ever tried Daniel's 2 new rosés? Okay, so my wife Johanna, who's here again in the picture,
I'll come and say
rosé is her go-to anytime, anywhere. So we actually stopped at their new building, off of Beecroft in Coston. Beautiful little building coming up. I'm not sure they'll be open this year, but it'll be close. Like maybe September, he'll be ready. We can get all his trades. He's still looking for concrete. Anyway, we stopped there. We tried 2019s and the 2020s. I ended up buying a 6-pack of each. It's so amazing. The depth. I can pick out 5 or 6 different fruits right off the top. So amazing. It is Chardonnay Day there, right?
Yeah. No, I'm curious because I see you have a good interaction with him, and I'm a big fan of what he does. And I had lots of his 2019, and unfortunately, with COVID and the production of last year, so he doesn't have enough to do the club feature this year. So and that's why I haven't had the chance. I tasted the new one in tank. I haven't tasted it but the tractor in vines is especially spectacular.
Right, it's the taller bottle, a beautiful wine. Yeah. We actually did a 2019. The 2 of us actually finished a 2019, and then we opened a 2020. And 2 bottles of wine for 2 people. But we were on the patio. It was it was 28 degrees.
we worked hard all day.
We did. We had a big day. We're actually right at drywall stage at our house in Osoyoos. So I guess that day we were probably
Cleaning up.
cleaning and framing and final touches. So we'll be back up there soon. I think we get our restrictions are lifted on Tuesday, so we can start to travel a bit.
Yeah, it's starting now. So yeah, no. Hey, so now if you see a couple names up there, is there any?
You've got into the Mire, which are some of my favorites. Do you have a 50th parallel up there? I can't tell.
No, I don't have a 50th parallel. No.
I think 50th parallel has been another one that caught me. It's not expensive. It just, for some reason, it's one of those wines that stood out last year. I haven't tried the 2019. I believe it was a 2018. And then what else have you got up there? Have you got a Mirabelle up there?
I don't. No, I have. These Meyer is funny because Mira. I don't know if you were tuned in this earlier, but I woke up at 5:30 this morning, and we're featuring Meyer this upcoming week. So we have all of their new release, and I had to finalize all of the tasting notes. So by the time that Mira woke up at 7 o'clock, I had 4 Chardonnay and 2 Pinots open and tasting and write my tasting note before I have my coffee. So that's how my day started at 5:30 this morning before we're going into that mayhem. So
I can't imagine the 4 of us on a holiday somewhere.
Yeah, that 5:30 picture might be from the night before for some of us. I don't know.
But I really, really love Meyer. What Meyers do, it's pretty spectacular. Oh my God! And I had the chance to taste the tribute to Dr. Bonnie. Oaky, round, rich, and like lots of spice. So I understand why Gismondi gave it a 92 or a 93 points.
I think it was 93.
93. And for Gismondi to go up to 93, because he's pretty stiff on this on the score sometimes. So that's me. And now I was impressed. I was really, really impressed with their with their entry level Chardonnay. This is their Okanagan Valley $22, the $22 one.
Wow.
This is spectacular for $22. Really, really well done.
Yeah, my first introduction to Chardonnays was actually Northern Italy. So that's kind of why I'm leaning towards, and that's why I bought this La Stella. I like the spice, the fruit forward wines, and I do the same thing in my Syrahs. A fruit forward younger wine is still my thing. The big oaky ones, I'm going to have to learn to enjoy them. I can have a glass and enjoy it, but I'm not sure we can get through a bottle for maybe with dinner. If there's oysters on the palate or something, then absolutely, right. I love that seafood.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I have a nice 2015 here from Single Tree.
Oh my!
So Debbie from Single Tree sent me. She had a few on her shelves, she said, and she sent that to me. So this one is a 2015.
And that's in Okanagan Valley. I thought they grew some of their stuff down here, some of their Chardonnay.
They didn't have enough. So there's some fruit from the Fraser Valley, but there's this one was from the Naramata bench.
I'd be really interested to see where we all gravitate. The fruit from Masuyas in the heat, and then you get the fruit up at 50th parallel. They're as high as you're going to get, right? They're even trying to grow the salmon arm now.
Yeah.
That winter starts there September 15th kind of thing. So I'm curious how that's going to taste.
Well, from what I have here, I think
some more. Is that a volcanic?
The most northern that I have. It's Tender Hope.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So the grapes are coming from the East Kelowna, the golf course. This, and I have also, where is?
I'm pretty sure O'Rourke's is growing Chardonnay right
Yes,
in.
they do. Yes. There's one bottle that I really want to open before the end of the show.
Well, we've got a few minutes. Let's get to it. Yeah.
Can't find it, for God's sake. Oh, here.
What do we got? Tin Horn? Oh, Mission Hill.
No,
Summer Hill. Oh my gosh. I had to look around my camera to see it.
So this is Summer Hill.
Yeah.
This is the this is a special. This is the first batch that they did for a very small batch. They have like 225 bottles made of that, and they're selling it only at the restaurant at Summer Hill. And Mike, the winemaker, that's from the vineyard where they take their grapes from the Blanc de Blanc for their sparkling Blanc de Blanc. And I was having a conversation with Ezra, and I was telling him how passionate I was about Chardonnay. And he said, okay, I got something. You need to tell me what you think. So I'm going to have it now.
Sure. You know, I'm not opposed to driving there either, you know, for a dinner date with the four of us, just so we can have that wine too.
You know, Ezra he's such a good guy. And he's such an authentic person. He doesn't give a crap what people think around about him. You know, he has his own persona. His dad was a very special man in the industry here, but he's just an authentic, beautiful soul of person. I really enjoy him.
We've not met. Maybe we'll try this year.
Okay, so now Mira told me I need to do a rapid fire. So yes. 2019 Summer Hill, it's the biodynamic estate Chardonnay. Very lemony.
Summer Hill makes some of the most amazing wines every year.
Well, remember the Speedfoot Todd, the Syrah?
I bought a case, you know, and we've gone through 3 or 4 already.
Yeah.
Syrahs are, my favorite BC grape, I think, still is Syrah. I follow very, very closely by the Pinot Noirs. Oh my gosh, there's some just amazing Pinots coming out. Some of the best makers ever.
You know, Clay, to be honest, we just had that conversation with Sam previously, just before you, and that's what we were like, especially for Syrah. Like we were talking, Ross Wise and I, a couple of weeks ago, the winemaker at Black Hills. He's a master of wine, and he said, "Carl, why you need to quit saying that the Northern Rhone is the best region to grow Syrah." I'm like, well, okay, so if it's not the Northern Rhone, Ross, where is it? He said, it's right here. It's right here, Oliver Osoyoos. It's the best freaking place to grow Syrah in the world. And you know what? I know we're drinking the red Kool-Aid here, but it is not far off, because our Syrahs are spectacular.
Yeah,
spectacular. Like we talk about like Mount Boucherie, we talk about Black Hills, Ross, like name it. There's so many of them. Well, Le Vieux Pin.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like name them all. There's so many great Syrah producer, right?
And it's an easy grape to get into, especially like in BC. Okay, so we've got a beautiful Chardonnay. You believe it's the best Chardonnay's ground for sure in the world. We've got Syrahs, we've got the Pinots. I think the Pinot Noirs will overtake as we get going. The amount of grapes in the ground, fantastic amount of grapes hitting the ground. So as that gets going, one of your first guests mentioned there's just not quite enough wine to even satisfy the demand from Canada. So it's not even getting out of Canada. So we're not getting the accolades that we could If we were exporting, say 70% or 40% or even 10%, we're only exporting 8% or less of our wine. That's such a minuscule quantity of wine. When you've got this many great producers, we're hiding it from the world, and I guess that's okay, because at least there's some left for all of us.
I guess, but I think I blame our government for that. When we subsidize the Chilean wine, the Argentinian wines, we exempt them from taxes, and we overtax our own product. How much of a barrier that we put in front of our own farmers?
Yeah, well, business in general is overtaxed, in my opinion, but that's another discussion for another night.
Yeah, I guess so. But we're one of the only country in the world to import more that we drink our own local production.
Yeah.
Like if you go to any other wine producing country, they drink their own wine before they import wine for other country. No, here in Canada, it's the opposite. So, but I think now, and the pandemic helped fast forward that. The pandemic helped, and they had a big movement around the country that drink local, drink our national product, and it helped a lot to boost sales and to make smaller producer known around the country as well.
Yeah, and people like you bringing it forward. You're a Canadian wine, across Canada wine connoisseur. You're bringing it to the people. I'm trying to boost BC wine. I spend my money in the province. I made my money in the province to make my money in the province. So we spend our money in the province, and we formed that Facebook group called Taste Buds, so that we didn't lose track of what we're tasting. As Sam said, we're drinking international wines, but we're putting them beside BC wines and Canadian wines, and quite frankly, the BC wines and the Canadian wines are often winning out. At least at my price point, which is that $50 and under. Typically, we don't spend a lot of $500 bottles, or well, never $500 bottles, $150 bottles. Though every once in a while, I come across in a restaurant or something. The BC wines are definitely competing. There's no question. Be it Chardonnay or whatever you want to choose.
And because I'm a part of your group as well, I love the conversation we're going on. And I think, to be honest, it's the best group around. Everyone always keep everything positive on the group. And it's so refreshing to see that. And I would say, like, yes, it's about BC wine, but there's sometimes some notes about international wines. But it tells us how our own product competes with these international staples.
Yeah, well, we've got some international aficionados in the group, and they they're bringing great opinions. I've gone out and bought a bunch that people have said, hey, this is amazing, $22, $43. Again, Remy, I'm going to answer him here because he's watching me. He's brought some incredibly good reviews to us. And again, I bought those wines, so we're going to line them up when we have a chance to get him out of Quebec and get us out of BC. We'll invite everybody down to the wine cellar in Asuyas, and we're gonna open a couple dozen bottles and a couple dozen people, and let's do our own tasting. Let's see who wins.
But that's exactly what I was talking with Jeff at Mount Boucherie. They have the perfect room down there to do these big. You should have you had a chance to swing by Mount Boucherie? You know what, Clay? They're 10 minutes from my new house. Oh. Next time when you're up here, when the restriction ends and we can start visiting, we'll do that. I want you over. We'll go over at Mount Boucherie. And there's Mira and I always say the same thing. Every time we go, we need to do something in that room. It's the most beautiful tasting room you can see. You can find. There's like a 25 feet, one slate big table, and a giant screen, some barrel. Oh, it's beautiful. And I can see us like 12 to 12, 16 people, brown bag, couple of big international dog brown bag with some of our very good wine around that. It will be so much fun.
Yeah, that's a great time. Let's book that in. Actually, we'll get Jeff to reserve it for. He's probably around here somewhere. Or Mira's the boss; she can reserve it.
Yeah, exactly. And but Jeff lived like 4 minutes away from here.
Wow.
Yeah, he's my neighbor, almost my neighbor. So he's walking distance from our house. He's about to hire my son to do his dog walking. So
Perfect. He can walk my dog too. Then that's.
But but we'll need to head down your way as well, because I'm not as familiar. I've never been to the Similkameen. So
seriously, you've not been? Oh, okay. Now, as exciting, I'm sorry, we're going to go over time here. As exciting as Asuyas and Oliver have been to develop over the last 10 years, the Similkameen, honestly, in my opinion, is going to surpass some of that. It's a different taste, but there's a reason Howard Soon is set up at Vanessa. Liber Farm Winery. Oh my gosh. The people here don't even know the name, I think.
Yeah.
Get to know the name. It's the wines are outstanding. I did a stop in last week.
Have you tried Corsalat? Have you tried Jesse and yeah?
Yeah, we have. I have a couple of their Talus in the cellar. We stopped in and talked to Charlie. I can't remember his wife's name right now, but
Jesse.
Yeah, we've stopped in and talked with them a few times. Close to Soleil, fantastic, great stop. There's a restaurant down there. Something Hawk. Beautiful food. I'll find it for you. You come to Asuyas, we'll park the kids, we'll find a babysitter, and the four of us will go for the day. Okay?
In my mind, that's my man. There you go. Hey, Clea, we're already out of time. Jeez.
Crow's Nest. That's what it's called. Crow's Nest Restaurant. Crow's Nest Wines.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah. The restaurant is outstanding. So we'll stop for lunch. Okay, so you're out of time. Thank you for having me.
Amazing. Thank you for stopping by, Clay. Carl, we got to do another last draw in a second. So, yeah, Clay, we really appreciate your time. It's been super fun getting to know you a little more.
Yeah,
say good night to Joanna, too.
Here.
Still there? Oh, hey, there you are. Thanks so much, Joanna.
Hey, guys, we're a few. There you go.
Aww.
He's our little piggy.
Yeah. We missed those days.
Ours are too big now.
Ours are too big. Yeah, I think our youngest.
Yeah, so we're a couple weeks away from starting traveling up and down the valley. So Clay, there's good time ahead. So make sure you get the throat better. Joanna, I cannot wait to start sharing all of our passion with you guys, and enjoy the rest of your bottle of Chardonnay. Happy World Chardonnay Day. Thank you very much.
You too. You have a great night. Good night.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Hey, Mira Boucherie.
Hey, Carl Boucher. You ready to do a draw?
That's Summer Hill.
Hello. What's that?
That Summer Hill is pretty special too.
So what's that one?
That's Summer Hill. You know the bottle that I bought?
While I was away. You cracked that one while I was away. I can't wait to see that one.
Yeah.
So I got good news for you, Carl Boucher.
Okay.
I got good news for you. So our neighbors said that they'll start the fire for you down by the beach, potentially. So we'll see. Yeah, she wasn't 100% sure, but we're going to take a walk down there and see if that's the case. So that's kind of nice. Yeah, so you got a
You mean Jeff is do you mean that Jeff is coming here starting the fire for me?
Not that neighbor, the actual neighbors right over there. Oh,
actual real neighbor. Okay.
Yeah, so that's going to be fun. So yeah, so how many more did you get through while I was away?
One.
Oh. Okay. So what other ones?
I probably have. I'm down to 20. I'm down to 20. I'm down maybe 18 total. Sorry, nothing gets close to
Pearl Morissette. I know it's very special. It's incredibly special. I was so excited that we got to try it again. It's a very special wine. So I want you to show us some of the bottles. And before we do that, let's do our draw. So this last one is for a private tasting with none other than Carl of Carl's Wine Club, where you can celebrate your next birthday or who knows, whatever kind of get together or no reason. You know, even if you just want to gather some friends virtually, crack open some wines and have Carl there to chat wine with. It's always fun. And so that's what you get if you win this draw. Private tasting with Carl and a Carl's Wine Club mug. And we always joke that we break all our glassware and our mugs, so yours will be unbroken. So here we go. Let's add this to this stream. Let's see who wins this final prize of the night. Thanks for tuning in, guys, for World Chardonnay Day. Has been a blast with you. Over 4 hours. Holy smokes. Mike Derbyshire. Congrats, Mike. Awesome.
That Tender Hope is very, very good.
Amazing.
Oh, the tank sample.
Yeah. Carl has a crazy old tank sample, doesn't he? Or is this the Tender Hope tank sample?
That's a Tender Hope, that's the tank sample.
Yay. Well, I can't
Put it
wait.
back in the fridge. I have to go get it. I really want to take that one.
Yes, this is very special. Whenever you get a sneak peek of something that is not yet bottled, it's very special, isn't it? Awesome. So Carl's going to get the tank sample. Well, congrats, Mike, who was on earlier. I think he's left now. Thanks so much, you guys, for stopping by. This has been amazing. If you can stay on 5 more minutes, we'll see what Carl's rapid fire take of the tank sample of Tender Hope Chardonnay is. Tender Hope is out of West Kelowna, right near us now, where we just moved to. So.
Tank sample is frozen.
Oh, really? I think he's gonna have to. I think he's made a wine slushy out of tank sample. Whoops! We had trouble cooling that much Chardonnay, so we ended up putting some things in the freezer for a short time, but maybe it got forgotten. Oh no, that happened fast. We have a good freezer, I guess. It'll still be good when it thaws, hey, Carl?
Not recommended.
Not recommended, hey?
So no tank sample. Something I want to taste, though. It's my old 2016 Pele Island.
This is like a $15, $16 wine, right?
Yeah, it was sent from one of the RFT that I've done with Request for Tender when I was the consultant for WestJet. And
this is crazy, Carl. I hope you don't poison yourself.
I don't think so. It's a 5-year-old tank
5 years
sample.
old.
5-year-old tank sample.
I think it says right on it, consume within 2 weeks, right? Something like that.
No, 3 weeks.
Ah, then maybe it's fine. Well, you can't end with that. I think you got to end with one other one that's not potentially spoiled.
Outside, it's not bad. Outside of the little bit of a gasoline type,
Ah,
it's not bad.
incredible. See, these are the things you find when you move your cellar halfway across the country. You find all these bottles that you're like, I forgot I had that in there. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what is okay? You have
The insurance.
these. This is all tasted. I have to say that the Two Sisters, it's pretty up there.
I don't think I've tried that one yet.
Yes, I did. I brought it with the Carlo.
It might be this one then. Oaked or unoaked? What was it? Because then I may be able to tell you if it's it.
Unoaked. Okay, let's crack the Black Hill.
Black Hill Chardonnay. Last Chardonnay of Chardonnay World Day. Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's
And
do
rapid
it.
fire now. Hit us up with your top 5 words describing. Or Daryl Hickey had a great little plan.
Well,
He said, just kind of like, see if I can find it. You know, it sucks. It's okay. I like it, and ecstasy. Something like that.
ecstasy?
Well, I think Pearl Morissette is the ecstasy, right?
No, that's the shaking orgasm, babe.
Oh my gosh. That good, hey?
So
Yeah, Pearl Morissette, their Chardonnay, the 19e. The pinnacle. Pinnacle of what we've been tasting.
very good. Balance, lemon, acidity, round.
A perfect haiku there almost. I love it.
Rapid fire of Pearl Morissette.
Yeah. Here, I'll get you the picture of this one because I have it handy here. This one. Still, to me, the pinnacle. The pinnacle. Now that Black Hills one you just tried, Carl, is the new vintage
Incredible, incredible, complex, outstanding finish. Crazy finish and orgasm.
That's another good haiku. I like the way we're going here with the tasting descriptions. Snappy. I like it. So that's the Pearl Morissette. That is still the pinnacle to us, I think, Carl. Hey.
Yeah.
Out of
And,
everything we've
and
tasted.
if I have to do my top 5, Pearl Morissette was still top 1. Boucherie 2. Boucherie 2. I would say Two Sister on Oak 3.
Wow. Those are the ones that stood out the most for you, hey?
Blanc de Blanc, Pond View 4. Meyer Micro Cuvée 5. That's my top 5.
Wow. What's crazy to me, Carl, is how well you remember and distinguish between them. You're like one of those animals trained to find truffles in the ground or something. Like you're able to distinguish all these different wines. I can't tell anymore.
You
like,
guys,
which
okay, it's live now, recorded. My wife just compared me to an animal. It's live. It's recorded. It's right here. Yeah, I can put it back.
No, it's special. It's a gift. I mean, you can tell that you've spent 25 plus years working on those skills. So it's awesome. Thanks for sharing it with us, Carl Boucher. And thanks for all your passion for Canadian wine. I think so. What do you think?
Already?
So, yeah, this is the crazy thing, you guys. I said, Carl, like 2 hours is a long time to go live. And then he's like, no, I think I can do 2. And then I'm like, and then he's like, I want to do 3 hours. I'm like, that's a long time to go live. Oh, no, I can do 3. And then he's like, I could go for 12 hours tasting wines live. And so we settled on 4, and now it's been 4:15. So there you go.
You know,
I'm pretty sure you're the only person on the planet that's ever done this. Maybe you should do a world record, Carl.
Okay.
Maybe we should. A 24-hour, I bet that would be a record. 24-hour live with only Canadian wines on Facebook. Something like that.
You know what? There's the International Rosé Day coming up on June 25th.
Rosé all day, rosé every day. That's what they say, right?
I think we should have another 4 hours like that.
4
It's
hours.
easy.
Oh my God.
It's easy. Like you know what? It's really easy. Like I can keep going for another 2. No problem.
Wow.
No problem at all.
Amazing.
I'm fresh. I feel super fresh right now.
This is your passion. This is what you were made to do, Carl Boucher. This is great. Love it.
You're the best. You're the best partner because I couldn't you set that up so nicely. We had some great guests. It was so much fun. Thanks, Clay. Thanks, Sam. First time live with Sam. Jeff, you're amazing. Thanks for tuning in. By the way, I'm going down to, if you're still on, Jeff, I'll text you if you want to join us for the fire. I'm going down to the beach. Who else?
Just for a pickup of wine. So I don't think we're allowed to gather outside, but if you're a neighbor and you happen to be walking by the fence, there is nothing wrong with that.
Who else? Marcel, my brother, my friend Marcel. Thank you. Your sparkling was off the chart. Like always, everything. Pondview Bellaterra is always great. I was pretty impressed with the Carlo too. Carlo, it was fresh. It was a beautiful one. I can't wait to dig a little deeper. Meyer. Zola at Meyer. It was fun to have someone from Meyer just stopping by. We had some great stuff going on. So, yeah, Carl's Wine Club members, all of you Canadian wine lovers. Wow, this is the first Chardonnay marathon ever been held in Canada. So I want to thank you all for tuning in. I can't say that. It was awesome. I had a lot of fun. Mira Boucher, you're amazing. Thanks for setting everything up. To everyone who tuned in, big hug. Stay safe, stay healthy, and can't wait to see you all in the Okanagan when we can start traveling again. And we're going to go taste some Chardonnays and amazing BC wine. Can't wait to be in Ontario to share our passion with our members down in Niagara. So to everyone, special thank you to my mother and father-in-law who are right next door taking care of the kids. It was amazing. Without them, we could have done that efficiently. So thank you, Baba, Boo. Thank you so much. So yeah, gonna take a break because tomorrow we're live from Lunasense, sitting at the winery, sharing Lunasense wine with all of you. It's the virtual guided tasting from Lunasense offer that we've done a couple weeks ago. So again,
so if you're not
Canadian wine lovers, Carl's Wine Club members, thank you. See you next time.
Cheers.
Cheers. Happy World Chardonnay Day.
Happy World Chardonnay Day. Yay. Bye.
Bye.